Excellences, participants et participantes, c'est aujourd'hui avec un grand honneur que j'ai le plaisir d'ouvrir cette conférence inédite sous le haut patronage du président de la République française, Emmanuel Macron, et le patronage de la Commission européenne, portant sur les droits et l'inclusion des jeunes LGBTI+, dans le monde, organisé conjointement par le MAC Jeunes LGBT, Outright Action International et la Ville de Paris, en cette journée symbolique du 17 mai, Journée internationale de lutte contre les LGBTphobies, dans les salons de l'Hôtel de Ville de Paris. Cette conférence est également soutenue par les délégations permanentes de l'Autriche, la délégation permanente des Pays-Bas, la délégation permanente de la France et la délégation permanente du Canada auprès de l'UNESCO, ainsi que 24 autres États membres. Nous comptons également sur le soutien de multiples autres associations LGBTI+, ainsi que de France Média Monde, qui a été notre partenaire média. Cette conférence, organisée en présentiel et par visioconférence, due aux conditions exceptionnelles que nous vivons actuellement, réunit des jeunes LGBTI+, des représentants d'organisations internationales, de gouvernements et de villes, dans l'objectif de pouvoir discuter et débattre sur comment faire progresser la cause des jeunes LGBTI+. Les jeunes sont des leaders dans les différents changements sociaux, et pourtant, ils restent délaissés dans la prise de décisions politiques à l'échelle mondiale. D'après une dernière enquête qu'on a réalisée avec l'UNESCO, 9 sur 10 jeunes LGBTI+, ne se sentent pas considérés dans la prise de décisions politiques de leurs hauts décideurs à travers le monde. Les jeunes LGBTI+, vivent également d'autres problématiques de potentielle vulnérabilité qui font en sorte qu'ils et elles n'ont pas accès à leur épanouissement. Cela va des discriminations au harcèlement, en passant par les discours de haine et les violences. L'enjeu de cet événement est de donner de la visibilité à ces jeunes, à leurs problématiques d'accès aux droits fondamentaux, mais également de mettre en lumière les solutions pour construire des sociétés plus inclusives. Nous comptons ainsi sur cette conférence pour créer un mouvement mondial avec une dynamique multilatérale pour les droits et l'inclusion des jeunes LGBTI+. Nous aimerions remercier plus particulièrement, en tout début de cet événement, l'équipe technique, sans qui cet événement n'aurait pu être produit. Un grand merci à l'équipe de 8020films.com, de Matt Laprod, plus particulièrement Christopher Escalpes, Mathieu Lemaire, Fabrice Roger, et notre régisseur général Amandine Maigre. Nous tenons également à remercier les équipes techniques de la Ville de Paris qui nous ont assistés et accompagnés dans ce beau travail. L'ensemble des volontaires en service civique, du secrétariat et des bénévoles, aujourd'hui mobilisés en cette journée. Sans plus attendre, je donne l'espace à Jean-Luc Romero-Michel, adjoint à la maire de Paris, en charge des droits humains, de l'intégration et de la lutte contre les discriminations.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, Monsieur le Président, cher Omar, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs et les ambassadrices ici présentes, Monsieur le secrétaire permanent de l'AIMF, cher Pierre, merci de votre présence, évidemment essentiellement virtuelle vu les conditions, mais en tout cas nous sommes ici dans la salle des fêtes de l'Hôtel de Ville de Paris ou en simultané sur Internet grâce à France Média Monde, partenaire de cet événement. C'est avec beaucoup de plaisir que, au nom de la maire de Paris, nous vous accueillons aujourd'hui à Paris en cette date extrêmement symbolique du 17 mai, journée mondiale de lutte contre l'homophobie, la transphobie et la biphobie. Capitale de toutes les fiertés, notre ville a toujours porté un idéal de tolérance et de liberté. Avec la maire de Paris, Anne Hidalgo, nous agissons au quotidien pour lutter contre toute forme de discrimination LGBTQI-phobe au travers des actions de prévention face à la haine, de transmission de nos valeurs et d'accompagnement de la vie associative et militante du milieu LGBTQI+ parisien. En tant qu'adjoint à la maire en charge des droits humains, de l'intégration et de la lutte contre les discriminations, nous portons et je porte ces combats partout où les publics LGBTQI+, ont besoin de soutien. Ici comme ailleurs, Paris défend l'avancée des droits et l'égalité. Engagé dans le réseau des villes arc-en-ciel, le Rainbow City Network, nous sommes déterminés à faire avancer concrètement l'égalité, à apprendre des autres, c'est toujours important, et à transmettre ce que nous faisons. Nous nous tenons aussi informés de la situation des personnes LGBTQI+, qui font toujours, et hélas, l'objet de discrimination, de représentation et de violence dans le monde. La pandémie de Covid a eu un impact tout particulier, je pense que nous en parlerons beaucoup dans la journée, sur des populations déjà inquiétées dans de nombreux pays proches de chez nous, comme par exemple la Pologne, où je me suis rendu en septembre dernier, en Afrique, comme au Cameroun, comme au Sénégal, dont les nouvelles d'ailleurs qui nous parviennent sont absolument alarmantes, et je pense notamment à la grande manifestation qui doit y avoir la semaine prochaine, enfin cette semaine, au Sénégal contre l'homosexualité, ou enfin au Brésil, qui détient le triste record du plus grand nombre de meurtres LGBTQI-phobes au monde. Ville Refuge, nous permettons la mise à l'abri et la protection de personnes LGBTQI+, qui quittent leur pays en raison de leur orientation sexuelle ou de leur identité de genre, par la mise en place de dispositifs d'hébergement inédits pour les réfugiés LGBTQI+, dans des appartements de nos bailleurs sociaux, en lien avec l'association Basiliade que je veux saluer ici. En ce 17 mai, plus que jamais, le combat continue, en France également, où les LGBTQI+, se battent pour leurs droits sexuels et reproductifs, et alors que les thérapies de conversion ne sont toujours pas interdites dans notre pays. Pour toutes ces raisons, nous nous réjouissons de vous accueillir à cette première conférence mondiale des droits et d'inclusion des jeunes LGBTQI+, organisée par le MAG Jeunes LGBT, Outright Action Internationale, bien sûr UNESCO, la Ville de Paris, et je tiens à vous remercier tout particulièrement, tous les partenaires bien sûr, et bien sûr une nouvelle fois Omar Didi, président du MAG Jeunes, qui a beaucoup œuvré, beaucoup travaillé, et bien sûr ses équipes, pour rendre cet événement possible. Passez toutes et tous une belle journée militante dans cette maison commune qui est l'Hôtel de Ville. Je sais qu'elle sera aussi productive que fructueuse pour faire progresser nos combats contre les discriminations et bien sûr pour l'égalité. Je vous remercie.
Merci infiniment, cher Jean-Luc, et merci à la Ville de Paris pour cet engagement concret à nos côtés et aux côtés de l'ensemble des jeunes LGBTI. Maintenant, nous allons regarder une des vidéos d'introduction de Madame Elisabeth Moreno, ministre déléguée auprès du Premier ministre, chargée de l'égalité entre les droits, entre les femmes et les hommes, et de la diversité et de l'égalité des chances de la République française.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je me réjouis de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui, même si c'est virtuel, parce que j'aurais véritablement préféré être à vos côtés. La journée internationale contre l'homophobie, la transphobie et la biphobie est à mes yeux extrêmement importante. Parce qu'il y a 30 ans, le 17 mai 1990, l'OMS retirait l'homosexualité de la liste des maladies mentales. En France, comme dans d'autres pays, beaucoup de progrès ont été accomplis ces dernières décennies pour sortir les personnes LGBT+ de l'invisibilité et surtout pour lutter contre les discriminations ou les violences qu'elles peuvent subir au quotidien. Malgré ces progrès significatifs, le chemin vers l'égalité reste encore long. Et votre conférence est donc cruciale, notamment pour les jeunes LGBT+, afin qu'ils puissent trouver des réponses concrètes à leurs attentes et aussi nouer un dialogue avec les responsables politiques internationaux. Les défis spécifiques auxquels sont confrontées les nouvelles générations sont notamment l'accès aux droits sociaux, le harcèlement homophobe et transphobe dans le secteur de l'éducation, ainsi que le déficit de représentation des jeunes LGBT+, dans les organes de décision. Pour bâtir une société plus inclusive, je considère que l'éducation doit être la pierre angulaire de ce changement. Et avec Jean-Michel Blanquer et Frédéric Vidal, nous sommes déterminés à permettre à tous les jeunes LGBT+, de se sentir citoyennes et citoyens à part entière et respectés, quelle que soit leur orientation sexuelle ou leur identité de genre. L'égalité pour les personnes LGBT+, n'est ni négociable, ni à géométrie variable. Je vous félicite donc chaleureusement à nouveau pour l'organisation de cette conférence et je vous souhaite d'excellents débats. À bientôt.
Merci Madame la Ministre. Nous sommes ravis du soutien et le fait que nous pouvons compter sur le ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères. ainsi que sur le ministère de la Jeunesse, de l'Éducation nationale et des Sports et de la délégation interministérielle à la lutte contre le racisme, l'antisémitisme et la haine anti-LGBT. Nous allons maintenant accueillir notre prochaine participante, Jayatma Rika Manayake, envoyée jeunesse du secrétaire général des Nations Unies.
Being young has always had its set of challenges. However, over 1.8 billion young people today face issues that no other generation has encountered before them. These challenges are multiple and multifaceted, from a global climate crisis and escalating conflicts to widening inequalities that seriously threaten the social fabric of our societies. On top of this, our world is rattled by the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. By now, it's very clear that the socio-economic consequences of this pandemic are felt disproportionately by the most vulnerable groups, including young women and girls, young refugees, young migrants, young people with disabilities, indigenous youth, and LGBTIQ young people. All over the world, systemic and social discrimination continue to marginalize and disenfranchise LGBTIQ youth and bar them from living the lives they do not only deserve but have rights to. Yet, despite the hardships, we have seen LGBTIQ youth leading change and continuing to speak up against injustice. Through peer-to-peer education, public advocacy, protection efforts, mental health support, community building and arts, queer youth are selflessly finding ways to help their communities. As we mark the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, Intersexism and Transphobia, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and pay my respect to the young activists who stepped forward in pursuit of a better future despite considerable risk. Your resilience and bravery is an inspiration. To the policymakers in this room, let me make something very clear. Young people cannot change the world for the better on their own. They need allies who will support them in translating their words into action for the benefit of young people, regardless of where they are. In villages, in favelas, in refugee camps, cities, islands, ensuring that no young person is left behind. With only 10 years left to realize the Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations recognizes that it cannot achieve this mission without working with young people as equal partners. Our blueprint is the United Nations' first ever youth strategy, Youth 2030, that aims to scale up action at all levels in order to address the needs and safeguard the rights of young people, especially those most marginalized who experience intersecting forms of discrimination and abuse and struggle to get a seat at the table. It is on this background that I am happy to announce today the LGBTIQ Youth Initiative, a brand new project by my office, the independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity, ILGA World, and the Global Queer Network. The LGBTIQ Youth Initiative will support a global infrastructure of young activists and youth-led networks through building their capacity, amplifying their work and advocacy, and creating more spaces for their meaningful participation in decision-making processes at the UN and beyond. We hope that you will join us in this journey. The asks are very clear. Invest in LGBTIQ youth services and spaces to counter the massive challenges that young people face in terms of their physical and psychological well-being. Protect young people against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, and sex characteristics. Hold governments to account and ensure that queer youth can take part in decision-making and conversations that will impact their lives and their futures. We are at an intersection. Despite the hardships of the past year, we have an unprecedented opportunity to recover better together, imagine the status quo again, and build a new normal based on values of justice, equality, intersectionality, and sustainability, with young people at the front and center. Thank you.
Merci Madame l'envoyée jeunesse. Merci infiniment de votre engagement concret et de ce programme qui sera donc lancé à compter d'aujourd'hui pour consulter les associations de la société civile des jeunes LGBTI+, en lien avec votre bureau et également en lien avec l'expert indépendant sur les questions LGBT des Nations Unies. Nous allons maintenant passer la parole à Madame Jeunes, commissaire européenne aux partenariats internationaux.
European Commissioner for International Partnership. Today is the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia and Biphobia. Let me be clear. Everyone is born free and equal in dignity and rights. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has increased inequalities. It has hit hard the LGBTI+ youth around the world. Too many is victim to abuse, violence or maltreatment, even by family members. The EU continues to protect and defend LGBTI+ rights and inclusion in Europe and around the world. The European Commission launched our first ever LGBTI+ equality strategy. We will push equality forward with strong actions for a fair and more inclusive society. And we are not starting from scratches. We already support local LGBTI+ civil society organizations. We protect LGBTI+ rights defenders when their lives are threatened. We pursue political dialogue with partner countries who criminalize same-sex relationships. So you can count on us. We will speak loud and act fast. Because wherever you live, you have the right to be who you are and love who you want.
Merci Madame la commissaire européenne. Sans plus attendre, nous allons faire passer une vidéo de Nada al-Nashif, au commissaire adjointe des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme. Merci.
Young people are leading the demands for social justice and human rights. You are at the heart of global movements for climate justice, gender equality, the rights of migrants, the fight against racism, sexual abuse and harassment. You remain an extraordinary force for change. And yet, the world over, young people remain largely excluded from participation in decisions that affect your lives. Les droits humains sont pour tout le monde, mais la réalité pour trop de gens est radicalement différente. Un manque d'accès à une éducation de qualité, peu de possibilités d'emploi, pas de protection sociale est un accès limité aux services de santé, en particulier en ce qui concerne la santé et les droits sexuels et reproductifs. Young lesbian, gay, bi, trans, intersex and queer plus people have to contend with further challenges still. Widespread discrimination, criminalization, hate speech, violence, bullying online and offline, censorship, harmful so-called conversion therapy, and rejection by families. Intersex children are subjected to harmful procedures causing them lifelong pain and trauma. Young trans people are denied recognition of their gender identity, and the increasingly hateful rhetoric they face is of particular concern. LGBTIQ+ youth are more than twice as likely to become homeless. This has been exacerbated in the past year. Young LGBTIQ people have reported feeling more unsafe in their home environment and have not been able to access inclusive shelters due to COVID-related restrictions. These challenges are further multiplied by sexism, racism, ableism, and xenophobia affecting young lesbian, bisexual, trans, intersex, and queer women and young LGBTIQ+ people of African descent, youth with disabilities, and young migrants. We know the solutions: repeal discriminatory laws, implement anti-discrimination legislation that explicitly lists sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics as prohibited grounds, ban so-called conversion therapy, protect the physical integrity of intersex children, recognize the gender identity of young trans people, ensure inclusive education, including comprehensive sexuality education, provide young people with access to quality healthcare and related information without discrimination, carry out public awareness-raising campaigns to dismantle harmful stereotypes, combat violence, hate speech, and bullying online and offline. Make sure all of these steps are accompanied by effective monitoring, accountability measures, and access to remedy in order to make a real difference in young people's lives. My office will continue to speak up for the human rights of all young people, including LGBTIQ+ youth. Let us join forces to create a world where all young people are included, have their fundamental rights respected, and are safe to be their true selves, no matter who they are or whom they love. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Haut-Commissaire adjointe des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme. Sans plus attendre, j'ai l'honneur d'accueillir aujourd'hui Ban Ki-moon, 8e secrétaire général des Nations Unies et co-président du Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, global citizens, it is my great pleasure to join you today and to share my words of support for this initiative. Promoting the rights and inclusion of LGBTI+ individuals was one of my priorities as a Secretary General and remains a part of my work today. It is my firm belief that human rights are for everyone, no matter who you are or whom you love. In 2013, while serving as a Secretary General, I was pleased to launch the Free and Equal campaign with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. This multilateral campaign is aimed at promoting equal rights and fair treatment for LGBTI+ people globally. Today, members of the LGBTI+ community continue to face high rates of violence and discrimination around the world. This must end. The global community must stand together in solidarity against this hate. As global citizens, we must work together to ensure that humanity makes inclusion the norm and diversity a celebration. At the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens in Vienna, we work to empower youth and women of all backgrounds, sexual orientations, and gender identities to be global citizens. We know that it will take all of us working together, hand in hand, to realize the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Change Agreement. I congratulate Jeunes LGBT and Outright Action International on their efforts to build this movement and commend the City of Paris and the permanent delegations of Austria, Canada, France, and the Netherlands to UNESCO for partnering for this initiative. I also applaud the French President, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, and the European Commission for providing their patronage to this initiative. The Ban Ki-moon Center, myself, and my fellow co-chair Heinz Fischer, former President of Austria, stand with you and are proud to support your efforts. Thank you, and I wish you a successful conference.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. Nous sommes ravis de ce partenariat qui commence avec vous et nous souhaitons vraiment, avec l'ensemble des hauts représentants qui ont parlé continuent à travailler ensemble. Aujourd'hui, nous attendons aussi à des annonces concrètes et des engagements opérationnels par des hauts décideurs, ainsi qu'un appel à l'action pour le développement d'une feuille de route stratégique et opérationnelle pour l'inclusion des jeunes LGBT+. Jeunes LGBTI+, cette conférence est pour vous. Vous n'êtes plus seuls. J'espère que vous verrez à travers cette conférence que de plus en plus de personnes aujourd'hui s'engagent à vous soutenir, à se battre pour mettre définitivement un terme aux injustices et aux dangers auxquels vous êtes confrontés. Nous ne nous arrêterons pas de lutter. Cette conférence n'est que le début d'un processus qui nous permettra de construire un monde meilleur. Un monde où vous pourriez vous épanouir sans peur de rejet, de discrimination, de haine ou de violence. Un monde où qu'importe qui vous êtes, qu'importe qui vous aimez, vous pourrez rêver et vos rêves pourront devenir réalité. Notre engagement continue et se renforce aujourd'hui. Il se maintiendra pour ne laisser personne de côté. À toutes et à tous, merci de votre présence aujourd'hui. Je vous souhaite une excellente réunion de travail ainsi que des échanges passionnants, inspirants et enrichissants afin que toutes et tous ensemble, nous puissions contribuer à faire avancer la cause des droits et de l'inclusion des jeunes LGBTI+, pour un monde plus juste, plus solidaire et plus humain. Sans plus attendre, nous allons accueillir trois jeunes LGBT, Alix Écran, jeune du mag jeune LGBT et de Iglio, ainsi que Rania, qui va représenter le African Queer Youth Initiative ainsi que l'association Mawjoudine. Emir, qui va représenter FSL Stockholm, mais aussi Youth Voices Count, une association de jeunes LGBTI+, d'Asie et du Pacifique. Cet échange va commencer avec Madame Petra de Sutter, vice-première ministre de Belgique et ministre de la fonction publique, des entreprises publiques, des télécommunications et de la poste. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. J'espère que vous m'entendez, que vous pouvez me voir. I could not join you today in Paris, and I would like to apologize for that. But I hope that you can still listen to me. My dear young friends, thank you for inviting me here today on this highly emblematic date to this global conference on the rights and inclusion of LGBTQI+ youth. I hope this conference will be an opportunity for youth to express themselves and that it will be the first step for a global movement in favor of their rights. And today I would like to talk to you about the importance of physical and mental well-being and access to healthcare for all. This is a very important topic for me as I'm a doctor myself. And I would like to start with my own country, Belgium. It was the second country in the world to authorize same-sex marriage 20 years ago. And we also have an anti-discrimination act and the recognition of gender identity. And we've witnessed a growing acceptance of transgender and homosexual people. And this is now welcomed by 80% of the Belgian population, and we can only be happy about this. Unfortunately, we can see in Flanders that LGBTI plus people are still facing a lower rate of well-being and a higher rate of suicide. And the youth are particularly vulnerable. They are less satisfied with their lives and they feel more depressed. We also witness some differences across the LGBTI plus group because very often transgender and bisexual people are often having a lower well-being rate than homosexual men and women. And I know that this is not a completely positive message, but I think that it's important to relay this. And well-being for all should be a priority, not only in Belgium and in Europe, but across the world. At the moment, at some point, we will need different solutions in different countries. And in some countries, the priority will be to put an end to the criminalization of same-sex intercourse, and in other countries, it will be to reinforce the fight against discrimination. In Belgium, this means that we need to question gender standards, fight against discrimination, and promote inclusion in our society. We also need to empower LGBTQI+ communities so that they can better face the negative reactions they are facing, and so that they know that they should be proud of themselves. We need to invest in prevention. This will enable us to improve the well-being of LGBTQI+ youth. We also need to invest in healthcare to make sure that those who need help can get it. There are some specific needs for LGBTQI+ people, including access to healthcare for transgender people or for HIV treatments. And we need to make sure that all of this is easily accessible. And at the same time, we need to improve our overall healthcare system, even if the sexual orientation or gender identity is not always seen as important in this context. In 2018, MAG Jeunes, with the support of the United Nations, launched a study, a survey on healthcare for LGBTQI+ youth. And we realized that many respondents do not reveal their sexual orientation. 36% of them fear being judged, and 37% of them fear that their personal information will be shared with third parties. And they therefore fear to reveal their gender identity and their sexual orientation. And among those who did reveal this, 53% felt that this was not maybe the best decision, and 61% felt threatened. And it means that there are still many of them who are still not able to access healthcare because they fear being judged. On paper, they are allowed the same rights, but it's not the case in their daily life. And this is unacceptable. In Belgium, many healthcare professionals, as part of a survey, indicated that their expertise was lacking in this respect, and that they needed more thorough information, that they wanted to be more inclusive, but that they were lacking expertise. So I would like to take this opportunity to collaborate with them, with NGOs, with patients, in order to foster a better healthcare access. And from an intersectional point of view, we also realize that there are some additional hurdles. For instance, colored people, just like transgender and homosexual people, say that they are facing direct and indirect discrimination, and healthcare professionals that are very often white indicate that they do not always benefit from adequate healthcare. So what happens when you tick various boxes, for instance, when you are colored lesbian?
Much to improve access to health.
C'est pour ça que je vous remercie d'avoir organisé cette conférence permettant de mettre cette problématique en exergue. J'aimerais que vous me fassiez part de vos expériences et de vos suggestions. Et je vous donne bien sûr tout de suite la parole à vous, les jeunes. Je vous remercie.
Merci
beaucoup.
Thank you very kindly.
Merci la vice-première ministre.
Thank you,
je vais donc, les jeunes qui sont ici vont vous poser quelques questions.
Can I be heard? Yes, you can.
En fait,
Thank you very kindly.
Merci Madame la Ministre. Je suis Rania Arfawi Amami, une membre de comité de direction de l'association queer féministe intersectionnelle tunisienne Mawjoudine. En fait, la question, c'est liée à comment la Belgique soutient-elle les jeunes queer LGBTQI+, dans le monde? Comment vous utilisez vos moyens diplomatiques et institutionnels, notamment les ambassades, pour plaider contre la criminalisation de la transidentité et de l'homosexualité dans les pays du Sud? Et comment aider les demandeurs et demandeuses d'asile queer racisés? On se rappelle, en 2016, la Belgique voulait élargir la liste des pays sûrs pour inclure la Tunisie, l'Algérie, le Maroc, la Moldavie, le Bénin et le Sénégal. N'oublions pas que ces pays criminalisent et pénalisent l'homosexualité et la transidentité dans ces pays-là. Juste, je me demande comment vous basez sur quels critères pour qualifier un tel pays, un pays sûr, qui pourrait, une telle décision politique et diplomatique pourrait impacter et affecter l'accès aux droits d'asile pour les personnes queer racisées résidant dans les pays du Sud. Merci.
Je vous remercie pour ces questions que je pense sont extrêmement importantes parce que je l'ai, je pense, expliqué dans mon introduction. En Belgique, en fait, on a des lois, on a un environnement assez positif, bien qu'il y ait encore beaucoup à faire. Mais on a aussi une responsabilité envers le reste du monde, ça j'en suis convaincu. Et donc il faut qu'on fasse des efforts à ce niveau-là. Et votre question est donc très, très pertinente. Pour notre gouvernement, dont je fais partie maintenant, on a écrit dans notre accord de coalition 2 axes principaux pour défendre les droits des LGBTQI+, dans le monde. Au niveau international, pour commencer, nous avons toujours joué et nous voulons continuer à jouer un rôle précurseur en matière de droits, le droit de l'enfant, le droit de genre, le droit d'égalité des genres et en ce qui concerne les droits LGBTQI+. Notre pays se concentre sur la dépénalisation et la protection des personnes LGBTQI+. Ça se fait via le travail, vous l'avez indiqué, de nos ambassades et aussi de notre travail au niveau des Nations Unies. La Belgique a toujours été un pays très avancé dans ces domaines-là et il continuera à le faire. C'est tout à fait la volonté de ce gouvernement-ci. On continuera cette tradition. Dans le domaine d'asile et migration, que vous avez aussi touché, un accent important est mis en effet aussi sur les personnes vulnérables en général et LGBTQI+. En spécifique, puisque le droit d'asile est une obligation internationale offerte aux personnes persécutées dans le monde entier. Donc le gouvernement accorde une attention particulière à ces groupes et nous veillons également à ce que les structures d'accueil soient adaptées aux besoins des personnes LGBTQI+, si elles arrivent en Belgique et demandent l'asile. La question que vous posez sur comment décider si oui ou non un pays est sûr, ça c'est une question difficile. Je l'admets complètement avec vous. J'ai été longtemps parlementaire et donc d'un autre côté qu'au niveau exécutif. Et c'était exactement les mêmes questions qu'on posait. Il faut vraiment des critères. Il faut pouvoir contrôler, non seulement pour les personnes LGBTQ+, si vous me permettez, j'ose élargir la question en disant qu'il y a aussi d'autres domaines dans lesquels des gens peuvent être vulnérables et persécutés, et il faudra toujours décider si oui ou non un pays est sûr. Cela ne relève pas de ma compétence, mais je peux vous assurer que dans le domaine des personnes LGBTQ+, on a le débat au sein du gouvernement et il y a beaucoup de pression dans notre société et dans notre majorité pour qu'on prenne ça vraiment très très au sérieux et on n'accepte pas que les gens soient victimes et persécutés à cause de leur identité de genre ou orientation sexuelle dans de tels pays. Finalement, peut-être encore un mot sur l'Union européenne, dont la Belgique fait aussi partie, bien sûr, au sein du Conseil. Là aussi, la Belgique est un des pays qui a toujours soutenu et qui continuera à soutenir des mesures visant à protéger les droits humains et les droits des LGBTQI+, en particulier. Mais malheureusement, vous le savez comme moi, que même au sein de l'Union européenne, il y a encore beaucoup de travail à faire et on ne peut jamais penser que les droits qu'on a obtenus par le passé restent acquis pour l'avenir. Donc il faudra rester très vigilant et continuer le combat jour après jour. Et donc, dernier mot, nous espérons que dans ce combat que la Belgique mène à la scène internationale, même au sein de l'Union européenne, que d'autres pays puissent être inspirés par l'exemple. Merci.
We will inspire other countries. Thank you very kindly. We have another question. We have a question from the representative.
I'm going to ask some question, and it will be in English. Is it okay? Okay, this is Mir. I'm from Stockholm, and I'm in board of RFSL Stockholm, and I'm a member of Youth Voice Counts. So my question is to you, that how young people are being involved in your policy level, and are you going to involve, or you already involved them? So it's really important that young LGBTQ people should be in this policy level, and how you are engaging them. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I have understood that I could answer in French. I have prepared it in French, so if you agree.
That's okay.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Alors, merci pour la question. Donc, vous demandez que comment nous on décide sur les politiques d'inclusion pour les jeunes LGBTQI+, et comment on les associe. Alors, peut-être un premier mot sur la Belgique. Vous le savez peut-être, la Belgique c'est un pays assez compliqué. On a plusieurs gouvernements, on a des compétences fédérales, mais on a aussi des compétences régionales et
federal responsibility, regional responsibility, and youth policies come under the responsibility of the regional governments and not the federal government. This is just internal to Belgian affairs. Now, what's important, as you indicate, is what's done on the ground. On the ground, we have the ministers of youth and education who are in charge of these matters. And for instance, when it comes to inclusion of LGBTQI plus youth in the education system, they are responsible. At the federal level, we have a secretary in charge of equal opportunity, who's a member of my political party, and who's working out a plan, an action plan on sexual orientation, identity, and gender expression,
de travailler sur ces points-là.
Elle a une compétence fédérale mais transversale, ce qui veut dire que dans toutes les politiques décidées par tous les ministres dans les autres domaines, ce sera, disons, les lunettes qu'elle mettra pour vraiment regarder si ces droits-là
in all of the policies that are hammered out, they will be scrutinized from these different angles. And this is a plan which is designed to guarantee equal opportunity and to prevent violence. Dans ce travail, à tous ces niveaux différents, les associations LGBTQ+, y compris celles qui se composent des jeunes, sont associées à l'élaboration de ce plan et à ces actions. C'est quelque chose qu'on fait en Belgique depuis très longtemps. Nothing about us without us. Vous connaissez cette expression en anglais. C'est vraiment dans ce domaine très important de travailler avec les personnes pour lesquelles on veut développer des politiques. Et donc les gens LGBTQ+, ou les jeunes en particulier dont on parle aujourd'hui. Il y a aussi d'autres politiques, bien sûr, qui sont importantes pour les jeunes. Par exemple, la réforme dans la loi sur la reconnaissance du genre. C'est un sujet aussi qu'on a réglé en Belgique assez récemment, je dirais, ce qui permet maintenant à chacun, dès le plus jeune âge, de déterminer personnellement son identité de genre. C'est encore un travail en progrès parce que c'est pas résolu. Ça touche bien sûr pas seulement aux personnes intersexuelles, mais aussi aux personnes non binaires et dont le genre est plus fluide. Mais c'est un travail important qui reste à faire comme prochain pas. Pour les personnes intersexuées dont je parlais là tantôt, on fait du travail maintenant sur l'interdiction des opérations chirurgicales médicalement inutiles sur les jeunes. Vous savez que ça c'est le débat dans ce domaine-là où, de nouveau, on peut jouer un rôle de précurseur. Et c'est un débat qu'il faut mener et qui est très sensible et très difficile, vous le savez. Et puis finalement, notre gouvernement récemment a pris des mesures pour protéger les personnes LGBTQI+, pendant la pandémie Covid, par exemple, en garantissant un financement complémentaire des accueils d'urgence pour les jeunes LGBTQI+, qui sont vraiment pour ce groupe ciblé, puisqu'on sait que la pandémie a augmenté les besoins en termes de logement, mais aussi en termes de bien-être mental et tout ce que vous voulez, et surtout les groupes les plus vulnérables ont été atteintes, et donc c'est les groupes pour lesquels on a voulu faire des mesures, many other aspects of their lives, and the most vulnerable groups have been very hard hit. And we've taken specific measures to protect these vulnerable groups. Some LGBTQI plus youth have had to flee their parents' homes, and so we worked to... I hope I could answer your question.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Nous avons le temps pour une dernière question, et donc une brève question, une brève réponse au vu du temps du retard que nous avons pris.
Bonjour Madame la Ministre, du coup je vais faire rapide. Ma question c'était comment peut-on empêcher le harcèlement de rue que vivent les jeunes LGBTI+, et comment leur donner confiance en fait, pour pouvoir s'affirmer dans les lieux publics. Voilà.
Merci pour cette question qui est aussi extrêmement pertinente et importante, surtout pour des jeunes qui parfois sont encore en train de chercher leur propre identité, l'expression qu'ils veulent y donner, etc. Et en général, je dirais qu'on doit tout faire, bien sûr, pour éradiquer la haine et la discrimination et faire de sorte qu'elles ne puissent être alimentées. Et ce qui veut dire que, surtout, des personnes vulnérables dans les espaces publics doivent être protégées. Tout dépend du contexte du pays, ça vous le comprenez aussi. Quand je parle de la Belgique, ce n'est pas la même chose que quand je parle d'autres pays où il y a encore la pénalisation des personnes LGBTQ+, etc. Donc là, il y a plusieurs degrés. Mais dans un pays comme la Belgique, je pense qu'on doit surtout travailler sur les stéréotypes qui sont liés au genre et améliorer l'inclusion. Donc oui, il faut travailler sur la prévention, faire de sorte que les gens se sentent dans un environnement libre et sûr, où ils ne doivent pas avoir peur d'être attaqués, discriminés ou victimes de violences. Et donc, la prévention, ça veut dire éduquer les gens, lutter contre les stéréotypes. Et donc, l'éducation de base, la formation, les écoles sont très, très importantes. Il faut absolument intégrer les questions LGBTQI+ dans l'éducation dès un âge où les enfants peuvent comprendre de quoi on parle. C'est vraiment important d'avoir aussi une éducation sexuelle complète qui aborde ces sujets. On sait très bien qu'il y a beaucoup de critiques contre cette approche, mais elle est importante parce qu'elle va faire les fondations, les fondements contre la discrimination plus tard. Et donc, c'est un travail qu'on doit faire tous ensemble avec les médias, les réseaux sociaux, bien sûr, les gouvernements, les écoles, etc., les associations, les personnes mêmes. Et puis, il y a d'autres mesures qu'on peut faire pour les victimes en termes de législation, etc. Mais je comprends, voilà, le temps est limité, je vais m'arrêter ici. Mais je vous remercie aussi pour cette question qui est extrêmement.
Merci à vous.
Merci infiniment à Madame Petra de Sutter, vice-première ministre de la Belgique, de nous avoir rejoints aujourd'hui pour ce temps d'échange. Nous allons passer à la première table ronde, la table ronde d'ouverture de cette conférence mondiale pour les droits et l'inclusion des jeunes LGBTI+. Avant de passer à cette table ronde, nous avons quelques discours d'introduction par vidéo. Donc, notamment de M. Andrés Alamán, ministre des Affaires étrangères du Chili, et Mme Elisabeth Gómez Alcorta, ministre des Femmes, du Genre et de la Diversité de l'Argentine. Ce débat sera animé par Mme Stéphanie Antoine, journaliste à France 24. À tout de suite.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the permanent missions of Austria, Canada, and the Netherlands to UNESCO for the invitation extended to participate and address you on the occasion of this high-level forum in the framework of the Global Conference on Promoting the Rights and Inclusion of LGBTI+ youth. Adopted in Paris more than 70 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration, without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Despite significant progress has been achieved in a number of countries, unrelenting violence and discrimination against LGBTI+ people persist in the world, especially affecting young people. In today's context, while the COVID-19 pandemic has had a dramatic impact on humanity as a whole, it has affected even more acutely specific groups, such as the LGBTI+ community. On this occasion, when we commemorate the International Day against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia, Chile is convinced that in order to promote the rights and guarantee the inclusion of LGBTI+ youth worldwide, we must continue strengthening universal and regional multilateral mechanisms for the promotion and protection of human rights, as well as encourage the participation, involvement, and commitment of civil society. Chile acknowledges the Human Rights Council as the main body for the promotion and protection of all human rights and fundamental freedoms for all people, without distinction and in a fair and equal manner. In this context, we have supported all resolutions and declarations referring to human rights of LGBTI+ people, as well as the valuable work of the independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity, Victor Madrigal Borloo. Reaffirming my country's support to the progressive development of such issues in the Human Rights Council, Chile endorses, on the occasion of its 45th session, the first declaration on the rights of intersex people, promoted by a cross-cutting group of countries led by Austria and the core group on sexual orientation and gender identity, whose purpose is to raise the need to address human rights violations and abuses against intersex people, encouraging governments to work with NGOs involved in this cause. During the third cycle of the Universal Periodic Review, Chile established the practice of issuing recommendations on the rights of LGBTI+ people, and today, along with committing to maintain this priority for the fourth cycle of the UPR beginning in 2022, we would like to invite all states to follow suit. In addition to the efforts deployed through international organizations, Chile is part of the Global Equality Fund created by the United States. This is a public-private partnership whose members are dedicated to promoting and defending human rights and fundamental freedoms of the LGBTI+ community at the global level, promoting initiatives led by human rights advocates and NGOs dedicated to protect LGBTI people and empower the local movements. Furthermore, Chile is part of the Equal Rights Coalition, an intergovernmental forum of 42 countries, currently co-chaired by Argentina and the United Kingdom, which seeks to promote and protect the rights of LGBTI+ people, also interacting with civil society organizations and multilateral agencies. Therefore, we would like to take this opportunity to encourage all states that have not yet done so to join this coalition. I am deeply convinced that the issue that today brings us together is at the core of human rights. Therefore, I would like to close my remarks by reaffirming that all the rights included in the Universal Declaration and the International Human Rights Law apply equally to lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, intersex, and plus persons, without distinction of their sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or sexual characteristics. Chile will continue to promote and protect them with determination and commitment. Thank you very much.
Ministras y altas autoridades en materia de género y diversidad, representantes de los organismos internacionales, de la sociedad civil, compañeros y compañeras. En primer término, quiero saludarles en mi carácter de Ministra de las Mujeres, Géneros y Diversidad de la República Argentina. También quiero celebrar con ustedes que podamos concretar esta jornada, aún de modo virtual, en un contexto global, sin dudas, desafiante y hostil. No me refiero solamente a la crisis sanitaria actual que afecta de manera desproporcionada a los pueblos y países pobres, sino también a los grupos de mayor situación de vulnerabilidad, como son las mujeres y LGBTI+. Más bien lo señalo por el preocupante avance en la arena internacional de discursos ultraconservadores, xenófobos, reticentes al reconocimiento y goce efectivo de los derechos de las diversidades sexuales. En este escenario, desde Argentina queremos apoyar esta conferencia mundial que pone en primer plano la necesidad de realizar intercambios serios y comprometidos que habiliten estrategias compartidas para fortalecer la agenda de derechos en el ámbito internacional. Estos espacios devienen claves, entonces, para construir consensos que apunten a desmantelar los sólidos nudos de exclusión y desigualdad estructural que afectan a las personas y LGBTI+, en especial a los y las jóvenes, cuya voz es generalmente opacada en estos ámbitos. Para abordar esta temática, contamos con un marco conceptual compartido que resulta insoslayable. En efecto, la comunidad internacional ha desarrollado estándares jurídicos que permiten guiar las políticas en estos temas. Argentina no solo reconoce estos principios, sino además que ha participado activamente en su construcción. En efecto, siempre hemos mantenido una posición de fuerte compromiso con la protección y promoción de los derechos del colectivo LGTBI+, y hemos participado e incluso liderado muchas de las discusiones que se dan en esta temática. Debo resaltar especialmente que desde Argentina hemos promovido los principios sobre la aplicación de la legislación internacional de derechos humanos con relación a la orientación sexual y la identidad de género, conocidos por todos y todas como principios de Yogyakarta. Este documento no es un instrumento jurídicamente vinculante, pero establece estándares legales para guiar la actuación de los estados y otros agentes en materia de prevención y erradicación de las violencias, abuso y discriminación sistemática que sufren las personas LGBTI+. En Argentina estos estándares internacionales tienen un correlato material, pues fundan la robusta normativa interna a la vez que guían las políticas públicas en materia de igualdad y de derechos humanos. Solo por mencionar algunos ejemplos que devienen particularmente importantes, Argentina ha sido pionera al sancionar la Ley 26.618 que modificó el Código Civil y Comercial de la Nación para incorporar al matrimonio igualitario y la Ley 26.743 de Identidad de Género, que reconoce la identidad autopercibida de cada persona y su derecho a un trato digno, independientemente del sexo asignado al nacer y de sus registros identificatorios. Además, contamos con el Plan Nacional de Educación Sexual Integral, aprobado por ley, cuyo objetivo es garantizar el derecho a recibir educación sexual integral en los establecimientos educativos en todos los niveles. Este tema resulta especialmente relevante porque permite asegurar condiciones básicas para que los niños y niñas y adolescentes puedan desarrollar una vida libre de prejuicios, estigmatizaciones y violencias. La agenda de género y diversidad es clave para el gobierno argentino. Muestra de ello ha sido la puesta en funcionamiento del Ministerio de las Mujeres, Géneros y Diversidad, que jerarquiza estas temáticas y la posiciona en un lugar central. En virtud de esa enorme responsabilidad, desde el año 2019 venimos trabajando para desmantelar los patrones de desigualdad estructural que afectan a las personas LGBTI+, y en pos de implementar acciones que aseguren el ejercicio efectivo de sus derechos. A la par, desde el Ministerio, trabajamos en conjunto con el Instituto Nacional de Juventudes, INJUVE, que tiene como objetivo incorporar la perspectiva joven a la agenda de las políticas públicas nacionales. Desde la Argentina, continuamos trabajando para garantizar al colectivo LGBTI+, un acceso efectivo a sus derechos humanos. Pero sabemos que las desigualdades, la discriminación y la violencia contra los y las jóvenes LGBTI+, son problemas globales. Por eso resulta fundamental proyectar en conjunto pautas comunes en mira de lograr sociedades más justas e inclusivas. Muchísimas gracias.
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue dans cette table ronde consacrée à la promotion des droits et à l'inclusion des jeunes LGBT+ dans le monde. À chiffre d'abord, avant de commencer, en 2021, 69 pays sur 193 interdisent l'homosexualité. Dans 11 pays, les relations homosexuelles sont même punies de la peine de mort. Selon une enquête récente à l'initiative du MAC Jeunes LGBTI+, et en collaboration avec l'UNESCO, cette enquête montre que les jeunes LGBTI+ font face quotidiennement à la discrimination, à la marginalisation. 9 jeunes LGBT+ sur 10 déclarent avoir le sentiment qu'ils ne sont jamais ou presque jamais considérés dans le processus décisionnel. Alors comment faire la promotion des droits des jeunes LGBT+, et comment finalement mettre en place des politiques publiques et inclusives? On va en discuter avec de nombreuses personnes qui sont toutes avec nous par voie Zoom. Donc ça va être un tout petit peu compliqué.
A bit complicated. We have 40 minutes for this panel discussion. We no longer have the 15 minutes that had originally been planned.
Gabriela Ramos, elle est sous-directrice générale pour les sciences sociales et humaines de l'UNESCO. Elle sera avec nous de Mexico. Également avec nous João Paulo Rebelo, qui est secrétaire d'État à la jeunesse et au sport au Portugal. Il sera avec nous de Braga, au Portugal. Nous aurons également avec nous Helena Dali, commissaire européenne à l'égalité. Elle sera avec nous de Bruxelles. Victor Madrigal Borlos, expert indépendant des Nations Unies sur la protection contre la violence et la discrimination fondée sur l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre, qui sera avec nous de Costa Rica. Également Ulrich Knudsen, qui est secrétaire général adjoint de l'OCDE. Et puis deux jeunes qui sont à mes côtés, Rania Amani Arfaoui, bonjour, qui est à ma droite, et également Mir Reyad, qui est à ma gauche. Hello, how are you doing? On va démarrer avec Gabriela Ramos. Gabriela Ramos, qui est donc sous-directrice générale pour les sciences sociales et humaines à l'UNESCO. J'espère que vous m'entendez, Gabriela Ramos.
You're with us.
Avec nous au Mexique. Merci d'être là. l'UNESCO a organisé un forum mondial contre le racisme et la discrimination le 22 mars dernier, qui était une réponse à l'appel mondial contre le racisme adopté par les États membres de l'UNESCO. Dans ce cadre, Gabriela Ramos, quel est l'état des lieux que vous pouvez faire sur les discriminations dont sont victimes les jeunes LGBT+, et également la crise sanitaire on sait a empiré leur situation. Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire?
Well, thank you so much. And yes, good morning from Mexico. It's still 6 o'clock, no sun yet. But I'm so glad to be here with you. And after hearing the very inspiring speeches from many people and many institutions. And indeed, we, of course, are encouraged by what we have heard. We're encouraged by this conference and the actions that have been taken so that the human rights of LGBTI and plus community are recognized. However, we are not yet where we want to be. We have heard it. 70 countries still criminalize homosexuality. We have heard it in the COVID context. The LGBTI plus community are those that have higher risk of not have received the health services that they need, or are at higher risk of facing struggling with the pandemic, including in the health sector, but also on the employment and on many other areas. We know that there are countries that still consider homosexuality as an illness, and that criminalize and have a stigma against this community. So there's lots to be done. And as you have mentioned, UNESCO has launched this global call against racism and discrimination against every kind or any type of discrimination. And there are very straightforward issues that we need to advance. I'm even thinking, why should we be discussing the rights of LGBT? I mean, we are in the 21st century, so we need to legislate equality. Starting by that, we need equal access to justice. We need equal access and recognition against the law. And we also need to have gender-sensitive, LGBTI-sensitive public services, because even in countries where you have a strong legal protection for these communities and recognition, you still have services in the employment or in the health sector, as I mentioned, in the judicial sector, in the police forces, that we still need to increase awareness, and we still need to impress upon the fact that these communities need to be respected and protected, because there is still a lot of the stigma and actions against them. We need to invest. We need to put the money where the priorities are, and we need to walk the talk in terms of shelters, in terms of investment, in terms of schooling, and in terms of health services. And we also need to go for awareness campaign. We are particularly worried, and this is something that has not been touched upon by previous speakers, of increased hate speech in the digital world. And that's why UNESCO, besides the roadmap where we will be including all the best practices and looking at what works and what doesn't to advance rights for LGBT community and particularly youth, we are also working on the ethics of artificial intelligence recommendation, because all these biases and all these rejection of these communities are finding their way in the digital world. So this is another aspect that is so important. And we're working with the 500 network of inclusive cities, because cities have also a lot to do. I'm very encouraged by what we've heard on the city of Buenos Aires. Mexico City has legalized gay marriage. We have heard from many countries in Europe and many countries in other regions that have really made progress, but this is done at the local level. And this is important, that we also ensure that the local services are well aware of these issues. And then everything starts with schools. Stefanina Giannini is going to talk about this in the second panel, but we really need neutral, gender-neutral textbooks, and to teach and to increase awareness in the schools with teachers, and to advance respect and recognition for these communities. So there's lots to be done. I'm encouraged by this conference. I'm encouraged to be joined by so many people that are joining forces, and then listen to youth. Listen to youth. Young people have solutions, and we're also working with them not only to develop policies to support youth challenges, particularly in this area, but also to hear from them, because they have also a lot of solutions that are innovative and that can help us advance this agenda forward. So thank you so much.
Voilà, on va les entendre en tout cas. Ulrich Knudsen, l'autre organisation multilatérale qui fait partie de ce panel, l'OCDE. Vous travaillez sur cette question, il me semble, à l'OCDE depuis à peu près 2014. Quels sont les résultats de vos recherches, justement, sur l'inclusion des jeunes LGBTI+, dans les pays de l'OCDE? Et que faites-vous en particulier pour ces jeunes à l'OCDE?
Pardon, merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. It's a great honor for us here at the OECD to take part in this meeting today. We actually kicked off our international day this morning with a roundtable among ambassadors, and we had a very emotional meeting where several ambassadors shared their own anecdotes, their own personal histories as part of the LGBTI plus community. So we're not only about the figures and evidence here at the OECD. Turning to that, though, I will say that one of our most important findings is that actually the number of people who are self-identifying as LGBT in representative national surveys That figure has increased tremendously over the last 10 years, from about 3.5% in 2012 to about 5.6% in 2020. And if we specifically look at the young people, they're actually driving this development, with almost 10% of millennials born between 80 and 99 now self-identifying as LGBT. We cannot see from these figures whether this is due to a true shift in sexual orientation, or whether it's merely a matter of greater willingness of younger people to identify as LGBT. But what it shows is that these numbers are rising, and we're talking about quite a significant minority here. This comes at the same time as many OECD countries, including the UK, Portugal, US, are making progress on legislation, which is so important, as Gabriella, my former colleague here at the OECD, just mentioned. But I would also echo her in saying that we are not there yet. We are perhaps only halfway when it comes to legislation. Let me just also end by saying that these are the figures, these are the evidence. Some of it is positive, but we're not there yet. What is important going forward is, of course, to find the right policies. And we are pointing to three things. One is that we need more legislation against hate crimes, against anti-discrimination. Secondly, we also need to make sure that in labor markets there is less discrimination. There's a big anomaly out there in the labor market, namely the fact that LGBT people are in fact more educated than non-LGBT, but they still hold fewer managerial positions. They're still paid less. So that's the second area of concern and future policy. And the third one is what we're contributing with today with the youth here. We need more awareness. We have partnered with a French NGO called SOS Homophobie to try to see what happens when we increase awareness in the educational systems. And it shows actually that it does improve the mental health, the physical health, less suicides and so on. So it matters that we introduce the right policies, not only in OECD countries, but across the world.
Merci Ulrich. Donc les organisations multilatérales s'engagent. On voit qu'il faut des lois, vous le dites, Gabriela Ramos le dit également. Eh bien, on va justement rejoindre le secrétaire d'État des Sports et de la Jeunesse du Portugal, João Paulo Rebelo. Bonjour et bienvenue. Le Portugal fait partie de ces destinations les plus accueillantes pour la communauté LGBT+, avec le Canada et la Suède. En Europe, le Portugal est, semble-t-il, le pays qui compte le moins d'agressions en raison de l'orientation sexuelle ou de l'identité du genre. C'est ce que rapporte en tout cas le journal Publico, qui s'appuie sur une étude de l'Agence des droits fondamentaux de l'Union européenne. Au Portugal, 68% des personnes LGBTI+, estiment que les préjugés et l'intolérance ont diminué au cours de ces 5 dernières années. Alors comment faites-vous au Portugal? J'imagine que c'est une question de loi, là aussi.
Good morning to you all. It is truly an honor to be with you here today, celebrating the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia in the company of young activists and dedicated political decision makers of the local, national and international levels. On a global level, we are very far from achieving full equality of LGBTI plus persons, but I'm positive that with the energy of this virtual room, we can make true change and contribute to the promotion, protection, and fulfillment of the human rights of LGBTI plus young people. I think the example of Portugal shows how the determination of political decision makers and of civil society can very quickly change the reality in a country. Today, we can say that Portugal has a fairly good legal context when it comes to LGBTI plus rights. Of course, there is always room for improvement, but I'm very proud that in the past decade, since 2010, the law on marriage equality was passed, adoption rights were assured, medically assisted procreation was enabled for some sex couples, and the law on autodetermination was adopted to protect trans and intersex persons. We have a national plan dedicated to LGBTI plus persons that works as an umbrella for policy measures in all the different areas and a specific national plan for LGBTI+ persons in the field of health. This is relevant because it echoes the spirit of the legal framework on a day-to-day basis. I remember that Portugal, a Catholic conservative country, in a decade managed to create real change. The young LGBTI+ persons today face a very, very different context than a decade ago. It is very important to talk about LGBTI+ youth because young people are in a special place of vulnerability. This vulnerability intersects with the vulnerability of LGBTI+, and of course with other characteristics that the persons might have. For instance, a very specific situation, most LGBTI+ persons come out in their teens. So it can be a complicated phase in different aspects. In terms of youth policies, what we do in Portugal is to invest, on one hand, in awareness raising, and on the other hand, support in crisis situations. Youth participation is essential, as peer work is the best way to work with youth. Thus, we work with the LGBTI+ youth associations, just like you are doing it in this event. Thank you.
On a travaillé avec des associations. Elena Dali, on voit bien qu'en Europe, le Portugal, vous êtes commissaire européenne pour l'égalité. On voit bien qu'en Europe, il y a une espèce de grand écart entre le Portugal, par exemple, et la Pologne où 80 villes sont déclarées libres de l'idéologie LGBT+, l'Europe n'est pas homogène. Il y a eu une déclaration au Parlement européen sur l'égalité de traitement à l'égard des personnes LGBT+. Comment l'Union européenne peut-elle faire la promotion de l'égalité de la jeunesse LGBT+, en sachant justement que les États, on voit bien, il y a de vraies différences entre ces différents États de l'Union européenne.
Good afternoon, and thank you for organizing this. Having access to detailed and quality data is key to understand the situation and address the specific needs of a discriminated group. So in view of this, the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights has conducted 2 EU-wide surveys on the situation of LGBTI people, and we also gather information about discrimination through Eurostat. We know, for instance, that more than 80% of all respondents in each LGBTI subgroup and in every EU country have heard derogatory comments or witnessed negative conduct when a schoolmate was perceived to be LGBTI. At the same time, we also know that a large number of EU member states do not have a national school policy to prevent bullying and violence. This is clearly a problem. So in view of this, the EU is setting up a new expert group to address gender stereotypes in education and bullying, as well as sexual harassment. We will be looking for national LGBTIQ experts on these issues to participate in this process. The EU financially supports civil society organizations which promote LGBTIQ rights. For instance, last year we funded the LGBT at School project, which organized a coming out at school event in a school in Spain. We are also a source of information for young LGBTIQ people all over the EU. The European Youth Portal has information about your rights in Europe, what to do if you feel you are facing discrimination, and information about youth-focused organizations and events, including the conference that we are having. We do listen to young people, for instance, following an exchange with young Europeans through the EU Youth Dialogue. we know that equality between all genders, including for non-binary people, is a priority for young people today. This is also part of the EU's overall youth strategy, and we are proactive about the equality and inclusion of LGBTIQ youth.
Et qu'est-ce que peut faire l'Europe justement contre ces villes
anti-LGBT cities?
Madame la commissaire.
So what can Europe do about those cities that ban LGBTI?
Well, we, as you know, we have condemned wherever this is happening, and where we can proceed legally, we will do so. But it's not just the legislation. It's about attitudes, and it's about cultures. So that's what our strategy is about. Then, you know, addressing stereotypes and helping member states to have their own strategy vis-a-vis LGBTIQ equality. So that is our role there, where it comes to addressing situations in member states where there is the anti-LGBTIQ sentiment.
Victor, merci Madame la Commissaire. Victor Madrigal-Borloo, selon l'association, vous êtes donc un expert, je vais reprendre votre titre parce qu'on m'a dit de le donner à chaque fois, expert indépendant des Nations Unies sur la protection contre la violence et la discrimination fondée sur l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre. Vous êtes avec nous du Costa Rica. Bonjour et bienvenue. Selon l'association ILGA World, au moins 34 États membres des Nations Unies ont appliqué des lois criminalisantes ces 5 dernières années. Quelles sont les actions que vous avez pu entreprendre pour promouvoir justement les droits des jeunes LGBT+, dans le monde? On voit que c'est compliqué, on voit qu'effectivement les États en fait sont très différents en ce qui concerne justement la protection des jeunes LGBT+.
Bonjour à toutes, à tous.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today. It's a great honor. I'm happy to be taking part in this event. I have joined 115 human rights experts.
Les gouvernements, les institutions confessionnelles et les chefs religieux à accueillir avec respect et compassion la communauté des personnes lesbiennes, homosexuelles, bisexuelles, transgenres, les personnes de genre variant, et à rejeter les politiques, les lois et les pratiques discriminatoires et qui en fait alimentent les préjugés. Comme je le dis, c'est un prononcement historique. 115 experts au niveau global, européen, interaméricain ont se réunis pour faire cette exhortation. Et c'est là un peu un exemple du travail qu'on peut faire pour assurer la voix de la communauté des droits humains en ce qui concerne l'inclusion sociale et la lutte contre la violence et la discrimination que subissent toujours cette communauté autour du monde. Dans sa résolution 32.2, le Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies en fait adressé une liste des moyens à mettre en œuvre successivement pour aider les États à définir, à élaborer et à appliquer des mesures destinées à éradiquer la violence et la discrimination fondée sur l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre.
Discrimination based on sexuality and gender identity. Those measures have to do with all the actions of the state, political actions, administrative actions, and access to justice, and also access to an efficient
Cher commissaire Dalli,
legal solution.
En fait, la loi et la politique publique, ça va d'un côté, mais aussi il s'agit du travail pour assurer le changement de la perception sociale des mœurs. C'est très important que je vous communique. Il y a plusieurs identités qu'on réunit, nous toutes, dans un seul corps. Et les violences à l'égard d'une personne découlent souvent de facteurs croisés. qui créent en fait une dynamique de violence et de marginalisation. Par exemple, une femme qui ressent une forte attirance émotionnelle, affective ou sexuelle pour d'autres femmes peut choisir de se définir elle-même comme lesbienne ou bisexuelle, mais elle définira aussi son identité en fonction d'autres éléments pertinents selon le milieu dans lequel elle vit, tels que la race, l'origine ethnique, la religion, la croyance, la santé, l'état civil, l'âge, la classe. Et c'est là, dans cette compréhension et analyse intersectionnelle de discrimination croisée, qu'on doit trouver la voie des jeunes. En fait, la prise en compte des discriminations croisées intègre également l'idée que le vécu, l'expérience de vie est un processus dynamique qui s'inscrit dans l'espace, mais aussi dans le temps. Et la voix des jeunes, dans mon expérience, est importante dans deux contextes politiques et méthodologiques. Le premier, c'est la reconnaissance de l'impact spécifique et disproportionné des défis et des problèmes généraux. On a déjà parlé, tels que la criminalisation, qui est en fait victimise des gens dans 69 pays à ce moment, c'est-à-dire 2 000 millions de personnes qui habitent dans ce moment dans des contextes de pénalisation et par exemple la pathologisation qui continue à avoir des énormes effets dans les contextes autour de nous. Et l'autre, c'est la participation active des organisations dirigées par des jeunes et qui servent des jeunes dans l'identification de défis particuliers qui affectent particulièrement cette communauté. J'ai beaucoup d'exemples dans mon travail sur l'impact de la désinformation, des données fournies par des organisations de jeunes, par exemple en ce qui concerne la problématique liée à la pandémie de Covid-19, par exemple les problématiques particulières des jeunes qui retournent dans des foyers familiaux qui ne sont pas respectueux ou qui n'acceptent pas leur orientation sexuelle ou identité de genre. J'ai beaucoup d'informations dans tous les domaines d'intégration sociale, de mauvaisement appelées les thérapies de conversion et des autres domaines. Je peux vous assurer jusqu'à ce moment que la voix des jeunes est relevante, importante et particulièrement appréciée dans tout le contexte du travail du mandat de l'experte indépendante. 4 messages fondamentaux: la reconnaissance de l'existence et l'impact spécifique dans les populations des jeunes, le besoin de soutenir les organisations des jeunes, le besoin absolu de protéger les défenseurs jeunes des droits des personnes LGBT et finalement l'obligation importante d'assurer le recueil de données qui, d'une façon désagrégée, vise à donner visibilité dans la politique publique à la situation des jeunes. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Madrigal-Bolus. As we can see, multilateral organizations are involved. So you need to have a strong political will. We have Rania Amami Arfaoui. You're with us. We're going to listen to these young people. I have 2 of them with us today. Unfortunately, this is a very brief panel discussion. We have 5 minutes left. You're 28 years old, Rania. You've been in front for the past 6 months. You're Vous êtes tunisienne, alors en Tunisie, l'homosexualité est punie de 3 ans de prison. Qu'attendez-vous de cette journée et avez-vous déjà été satisfaite de ce que vous avez pu entendre?
Do you think about all this? Well, before I answer your question, I would like to talk to the representatives of the French government who are here today with us.
Avant même de parler de la solidarité internationale en général et la solidarité queer internationale, commençons tout d'abord par ne pas nourrir une rhétorique raciste et sécuritaire de pouvoir et ne pas interdire les manifestations de soutien et de solidarité avec le peuple palestinien et la communauté queer palestinienne qui est en train de subir depuis des décennies 1948 un système oppressif de la cis-hétéropatriarcat, de la queerphobie, de l'homophobie, de la transphobie et aussi de notre côté tout un système oppressif d'apartheid israélien. Revenons à votre question pour répondre à mes attentes. et mes revendications à l'occasion de cette journée internationale. Il faut commencer tout d'abord par repolitiser cette journée internationale et inclure tous les pays qui militent pour exister et pour abroger et pour abolir toutes les lois discriminatoires, queerphobic laws, et antiphobiques. Par exemple, en Tunisie, on a l'article 230, 226 bis qui criminalise la transidentité et l'homosexualité. Ce code pénal qui date de 1913, ce qui est un héritage colonial français. Il faut aller aussi au-delà de la théorisation de la solidarité internationale queer, mais il faut créer des réseaux internationaux queer réels et effectifs, tout en incluant tous les pays du Sud et les associations de pays du Sud des queers racisés qui travaillent sur les thématiques de l'intersection de la question race, sexualité, genre et classe sociale.
Merci Rania. Un mot, Myriad, with us as well today, refugee from Bangladesh, right, living in Stockholm, in Sweden.
Yes.
So just tell us about this day. What does it mean for you and what do you expect from it? And that will be the end of this panel.
Sure, thank you for your question. The thing is, like in Bangladesh, it's being oppressed for LGBT people. It's been like a long time ago. And there is a penal code and that decriminalizes homosexuality not in a way, and it is making homosexual more criminalized. And yes, that's why like I had to leave my country, and there was no other choice, and I got asylum in Sweden. It's been really lovely to be in Sweden, but there is another kind of discrimination is there, because there is racism, there is internal homophobia as well. From migration, there are a lot of oppression as well. They don't believe that some people from Africa, they are not gay enough. Then there are some other things are going on around Sweden as well. And in Bangladesh, it's being 10 years of prison if you are gay. So you can imagine like what is happening there. And there is nothing happening from United Nations, or there are lot of other stuffs. A lot of other international organizations are there, but they're doing nothing, and that is very sad.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gabriela Ramos. Thank you, João Paulo Rebelo. Thank you, Elena Dali. Thank you, Victor Madrigal Borlos. Thank you to you, Ulrich Knudsen. Sorry. Thank you, Rania. Thank you, Mir. And thanks to you for watching. Stay here. Merci de votre présence. Restez avec
Thank you very much, and please stay tuned because we're now going to have the round table on inclusive education and access to health for LGBTQI plus youth, moderated by Raphael Kahn. But we are first going to listen to a video by Ingrid van der Egendosen, Minister of Education, Culture and Science from the Netherlands, followed by a video by Stefania Giannini.
When others hurt you because of who you are, you need someone to stand by you. Today is the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. I stand as an ally to anyone who faces bullying, harassment and violence purely because of who they are. In many places across the world, unwanted and aggressive behavior of this kind is a daily occurrence, even in countries that lead the way when it comes to protecting members of the LGBTI community. As Minister of Education, the safety of students in school, colleges and universities worldwide is of particular concern to me. In the Netherlands, I work every day to ensure that all students are free to be who they are, so they can become who they want to be. I am proud that schools in the Netherlands are required by law to devote time and attention to sexual diversity and sex education. We also ensure that this is part of our teacher training courses. I hope countries that have not yet reached this point will also work towards this goal. In addition, I see it as our shared responsibility to speak out whenever we encounter discrimination, time after time. Fortunately, we are living in an age when more and more people are becoming aware of how words matter, an age when movements around the world are gaining momentum and people are standing up for each other. These developments are worth their weight in gold. So never forget, words can cut deep and cause years of pain, but someone standing by you and speaking out for you can give you a sense of support that lasts forever. And so I appeal to you to be an ally, not just today, but every day. If more and more people stay true to that aim, an inclusive world is only a matter of time.
C'est un grand plaisir pour moi que de participer à cette importante conférence, même à distance. Comme le montre une fois de plus les documents d'orientation que nous lançons aujourd'hui, l'éducation est encore loin d'être inclusive et équitable envers les personnes LGBTI. Toutefois, je tiens à souligner le rôle des organisations internationales dans la mobilisation politique autour de ces causes. Comme vous savez, le secteur de l'éducation de l'UNESCO a joué un rôle pionnier, on peut dire, pour mettre à l'ordre du jour mondial l'importance de l'inclusion de jeunes LGBTI dans et par l'éducation. Il y a 10 ans, désormais, nous avons organisé la toute première consultation internationale des Nations Unies sur les réponses au harcèlement homophobe et milieu scolaire. L'année suivante, l'UNESCO a également été la première organisation des Nations Unies à publier un rapport sur le sujet intitulé « Réponse du secteur de l'éducation au harcèlement homophobe ». Cette publication est rapidement devenue une référence mondiale incontournable, traduite en 9 langues. En 2016, l'UNESCO a été une nouvelle fois à l'avant-garde, en réunissant des représentants de 67 pays lors d'une réunion ministérielle internationale pour discuter des réponses des systèmes éducatifs face aux violences fondées sur l'orientation sexuelle et sur l'identité ou l'expression de genre. C'est au cours de ces réunions, organisées avec le soutien financier du Royaume des Pays-Bas, que plusieurs États membres ont lancé un appel très important, un appel qui est aujourd'hui aussi très actuel. L'appel ministériel à l'action pour une éducation inclusive et équitable pour tous les apprenants dans un contexte préservé de la discrimination et de la violence. À ce jour, cet appel à l'action sans précédent a été approuvé par 56 pays. Et c'est un grand résultat. En 2018, nous avons soutenu MAG Jeunes LGBT qui organise l'événement d'aujourd'hui pour mener la première consultation mondiale sur l'éducation inclusive et l'accès à la santé de jeunes LGBTI. Plus de 21 000 jeunes du monde entier ont participé à cette consultation. C'est un grand résultat. Et nous avons soutenu la participation de ces jeunes à d'autres réunions internationales très importantes afin de faire entendre leur voix sur les questions d'éducation et de santé. Bon, le nouveau document conjoint publié aujourd'hui s'appuie sur tous les efforts que je viens de décrire. Et le secteur de l'éducation de l'UNESCO restera toujours engagé en faveur de la promotion de l'inclusion et des droits des jeunes LGBTI. En effet, aujourd'hui, tous les enfants et les jeunes, sans exception, ont droit à recevoir une éducation dans des contextes d'apprentissage exempts de toutes les formes de discrimination et de violence. Comme le montrent ces nouvelles études et les efforts passés, certains progrès ont été réalisés. Cependant, toutes les données récentes révèlent que dans toutes les régions, les élèves LGBTI sont plus souvent les cibles de violences. Il reste encore un long chemin à faire pour parvenir à un monde où tous les apprenants réalisent les droits à l'éducation. C'est ça, et la mission de l'UNESCO, et le combat qu'on a, et je vous remercie de votre attention.
IGLIO is an international organization led by lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer and intersex young people. In 2019, we asked over 17,000 young people aged 13 to 24 about their current or recent experiences of schools in Europe. Most had witnessed some sort of negative remarks based on someone's sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, or variations in sex characteristics. And over half had experienced bullying when they were at school. Over 2/3 had also been the target of negative remarks at least once, and nearly a quarter on a regular basis. People would constantly call me names or throw things at me. Teachers didn't really do much to help, to be honest. Most respondents, however, did not feel safe to talk with school staff about what happened. Some of the main reasons for not reporting bullying were not believing teachers would adequately address the problem or feeling ashamed about what had happened. Trans young people reported even higher rates of bullying and harassment, both based on their assumed sexual orientation or gender identity. And the majority were denied the right of having their name, pronouns, and gender respected at school. My school stated to me that I wouldn't be accepted at that school. They also told the other teachers that they would lose their job if they used my preferred pronouns and name. But violence and harassment are not the only barriers to education that young people experience. Most respondents didn't receive any information on sexual orientation, gender identity, or sex characteristics. For the few who did receive information, this was rarely positive. In addition, many learners feel their teachers are not open to discuss the topic. Schools and education sectors are responsible for protecting the rights of young people. And this is only possible if states, public authorities, institutions, communities, school staff, and young people work together to ensure schools are a safe, inclusive, and supportive place for all. IGLIO's Inclusive Education Study provides a worrying snapshot of the current issues faced by LGBTQI learners across Europe, and provides concrete recommendations about what still needs to be done. Every person has the right to education, health, and well-being. Any sort of violence or discrimination in schools is a threat to such fundamental rights. Please, change something. We are screaming, and nobody hears us.
What I found the most empowering is that the trans community is bringing a new sensibility into the world. I am very proud of our collective work. Being trans often means facing a closed door to people's hearts, from facing family rejection and traumatizing school bullying to very limited, dignified professional opportunities in society. From a young age, the majority of trans people are turned away from both the families and societies, meaning less opportunities for formal education, which in turn provides less access to professional opportunities. To improve LGBTI+ inclusion in education, all governments need to feel what's lacking. We should be provided with greater work opportunities, better law protections, and easier access to health care. We still do not have equal consideration, and equal opportunity in society. I know it's hard, but we have to stay strong. Be the first to respect yourself, and always be proud of what you are, because you are all special and unique. Never give up.
First years of school was the hardest, I'd say, where I was definitely seen as an outsider and treated very differently from all my other classmates.
School is a big story. It wasn't such a stable experience for me.
My school days were basically me hiding, hating myself, and never really knowing why.
Instead of focusing on studying, I had to cope with stress caused by the bullying.
I've changed 3 primary schools. I went to 2 high schools.
I was threatened, I was terrified.
I was mainly bullied because I stood out when it came to how I dressed and how I approached things.
I just had this constant feeling of insecurity and feeling alone, actually.
I was afraid to come out, and when I eventually did, I was terrified that I would be murdered, beaten, even more bullied, not get any help that I needed.
There was nobody in the school who I could turn to for assistance, not a school psychologist, not any teacher, because I knew that they wouldn't be understanding of me.
I was waiting for the bus, and this guy came over and he started threatening me, calling me all of those names. So I answered back, and then he attacked me.
I am a survivor of homophobic bullying.
Schools should be there for their students. They should care, and they do not educate us only in terms of subjects and exams and all of that. They form us as personalities.
And welcome to this second roundtable dedicated to inclusive education and access to health for LGBTI plus youth. And I would like to go back to an event in France 5 months ago. We found out about the suicide of a transgender high school student. She had tried to go to school wearing a skirt, that her name was Fouad, and it showed the violence against transgender students in France. And this is not an isolated case, as we will see very soon with the conclusions of the survey presented by Manos Antoninis from the GEM from UNESCO. And with us, we also have with us the Jonathan Berger, Interim Executive Director of IGLIO. We are going to discuss inclusive education and access to health. We also have with us the Minister Delegate to the Prime Minister in charge of equality between women and men, diversity and equal opportunities of the French Republic, Mrs. Elisabeth Moreno. Thank you for being here with us today. We are also joined by Jean-Michel Blanquer. Hello, Jean-Michel Blanquer, Minister of National Education, Youth and Sports of the French Republic, the Dutch Youth Ambassador for Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights at the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Choice for Youth and Sexuality, Lisa de Pacter. Good afternoon. And I'm also joined by Gabriel Richard, Associate Researcher at the latest laboratory, University of Paris-Est Créteil, and of the Researcher of Homophobia, University of Quebec at Montreal. Thank you for being here.
On the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, Biphobia, and Intersex phobia, IGLIO and UNESCO's Global Education Monitoring Report jointly released a new survey, a new policy paper entitled "Don't Look Away, No Place for Exclusion of LGBTI Children and Young People in Education." You've surveyed over 17,000 children and young people here in Europe. One of the things that comes across is over half of LGBTI plus students in Europe, exactly 54%, have been bullied in school. And over 8 in 10 report having witnessed some kind of bullying. But those incidents seldom get reported. By the same magnitude, the respondents express difficulties having that gender orientation or expression acknowledged. There is a persistent sense of unease and discomfort, sometimes fear, in school. Why is that? Jonathan Berger. We are screaming and nobody hears us. This is the quote from a young straight trans man features in the report. That's a clear call for help. What is the situation like for LGBTI plus youth in European schools as we speak now? And what are the specific challenges and struggles that you've seen in this research?
Thank you very much for letting me speak here, and welcome to everybody. Wonderful conference. So we've indeed conducted this research, and I hope we'll still get to see the little video, 2-minute video to share the results, but we've conducted it in 2019 and 2020. And we're just releasing today some of the previews of the results. We'll come up with the full report towards the end of the year. So it was very important to reach young people because so far we've only had the very valuable, very important survey from the Fundamental Rights Agency of the EU. But that wasn't evidently focused on young LGBTQI people alone. So the quote you're citing, "It is time to scream," is absolutely not exaggerated in what we have found. So violence is an absolutely widespread problem, and there are dire problems. So this quote has actually come with the right kind of tenor for the situation that young LGBTQI people are in. So most respondents, about 83% of them, have witnessed negative comments related to people's sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, or variations of sex characteristics. So this is in principle, with 83%, we can say that we're creating an unsafe environment to come out or even to exist for LGBTQI children and young people. So over 2/3 of the respondents have been the target of those negative remarks, at least once. And 1 in 2 of them, so 54%, have experienced bullying. And that bullying has to be seen as much wider than just receiving some insults or be the target of some name calling. Yeah. So again, what we have found with 17,000 LGBTQI youth is very dire. What's more important is that although teachers were usually, in fact, were always present in over half of the incidents, where verbal harassment or other acts of discrimination were happening, they didn't actually mediate. So the report was that less than 7% of teachers in the instances that they were present actually intervened. So that is another very worrying signal. So more than 57% have never reported any bullying to school staff, and around 27% did it only a very few times. So that is another situation we need to think of, that we know very little of it. It's because the support is also lacking to reporting it and to feel received. So respondents have said that they thought their teachers would do nothing, or they would humiliate them further. So the survey covers other areas as well, like inclusive curricula with positive representation of LGBTQI people, or the existence of support systems, or the recognition of learners' gender identities in schools. So we've gone much further than bullying or violence. But for instance, half-trans or non-binary or gender non-conforming respondents think that teachers or other school staff never or rarely respect their gender identity. So less than 10% of respondents said that their gender identities are respected in school-related documentation, and 80% report problems accessing gender spaces in line with their gender identities. Again, if we think about what that means on a daily level, we can understand again why so many LGBTQI young people actually drop out of school or keep not going to school. There is only numbers, but the survey is actually also collecting a lot of personal stories. We've all heard them, all of us, as LGBTQI people ourselves. So we've all can remember how the bullying felt and the harassment when we were at school. We've experienced those hard situations, those insults, those threats, as well as the lack of representation of our identities in our school curricula. The message, therefore, is painfully clear. LGBTQI people's safety and fundamental rights are still being failed by all education systems. We know there has been an improvement. The FRA survey has definitely shown some of that, but these numbers are still alarming. So we hope that they'll fire up the governments to do something concrete at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan Berger. We'll get back to you later. Before we turn into Minister Blanquer, just a few words from you, Manos Antoninis, on behalf of the GEM report, UNESCO's GEM report. The new policy paper highlights the central role of the curriculum to fight bullying and discrimination against LGBTI plus students in schools. How can that happen, and what are countries actually doing?
Thank you. And indeed, the policy paper has been launched jointly with IGLIO, and it comes at the end of the 2020 GEM reports cycle on inclusion. Because in 2015, all countries in the world signed up to achieve inclusive education by 2030, and that means ensuring that we fulfill the potential of every student. However, we know that when it comes to issues of sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, variation of sex characteristics, there are challenges. In some countries, the issues are still taboo. And therefore, it is a huge effort that they need to make if they're not to undermine that commitment that they made. So the inclusive curriculum is really essentially about making sure that every learner feels part of the education exercise, of the education design, of the education plan of every country. And we know then, in that case, political tensions rise up because views differ about what should the content of education be, and therefore that means that there are additional problems that we tend to overlook. Such identities are at best omitted, and in many countries are actually misrepresented, pathologizing, and therefore completely throwing out of the picture those groups of the population. And even in Europe, where to some extent some issues have been opened and it's possible to talk about them, a study by IGLIO a few years ago surveyed all 49 Council of Europe countries and found that 23 do not touch these issues in the curriculum at all. And 7 do, but it's optional, only 19 did. And of those 19, only 3 countries captured all 3 aspects: sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, and variation in sexual characteristics. And even if you look at the examples, yes, there are some good cases where they base this discussion in the curriculum on respect, on human rights, but often, even where it's touched and even where it is compulsory, it is still only part of an isolated subject related to health, usually, or biology. And the problem is that really you need, like Sweden has done, or Malta has done, to open up this discussion to other subjects, to issues of history, of ethics, of civics. Very few countries do that, and that's, I think, a big request. We should not see that, and that's a big recommendation in this paper, we should not see that just as an issue of comprehensive sexuality education. It has to be seen broader. In the US, there was a study where 2/3 of students said that they did not come across any example of sexual orientation or gender identity discussed in history, and the contribution that LGBTI people have done in the history of the United States, for instance. So that needs to change, and we also need to then monitor whether what we profess in the curriculum actually gets implemented, and that's a different matter I won't enter. And I won't go into the different examples of the world where there are some interesting attempts, but I invite you to look at the paper.
Thank you, Manos. We'll get back to you as well. Monsieur le ministre Jean-Michel Blanquer, d'abord merci de nous faire
Minister Blanquer, thank you for being with us today. We know that you have a very busy agenda, so we won't keep you for too long. So the objective is to fight against homophobia, transphobia, biphobia, but also to recognize gender identity and sexual orientation in the curricula. And I would like to go back to the suicide of Fouad, 17 years old. She had been summoned by the school principal, and so has the French government drawn conclusions from this dire event? Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be able to address you. I'm in Burgundy, and as you said, I'm away from Paris, and actually after this conference, I will be visiting an LGBTI plus club at a high school in Dijon, France. And of course, we need to pay attention to this subject all year long, and not just on the 17th of May. To go back to Fouad's tragedy, this raises the question of how things are going for all of these youth at school. Well, regarding what you said, this suicide cannot be attributed to the school principal. I know that there were a lot of good intentions and maybe some clumsy statements as well. And as always, the background and context elements are important. And I won't go back to this. But this is definitely a subject that has called our attention. As you know, our minister has been strongly mobilized on this for the past few years. We can never do too much about it. And we have an annual campaign on this. And this is the subject you are covering today is essential for the whole school system, whether in France or for other school systems. First of all, as you might be aware, you learn to read, to write and to count in primary school, but you also need to learn about respect. And this is part of our fight against homophobia, biphobia and transphobia, because this really needs to be a fundamental pillar of our education. And these are concepts that are essential to the notion of universality. So, because this is a global conference, but also because of human universality, very simply, every student has the right to be respected as they are. So, I'm not sure that we necessarily need to define multiple identities, but rather we need to recognize the fact that we are all part of mankind and need to be respected as such.
So the
way I see it, this is a fight for everyone to be respected and accepted as they are. And this is totally in line with our values, our Republican values. And as part of our work, we are doing a very thorough work, and we're not starting from scratch, because there are all of the campaigns that we have against the bullying, and we've conducted various campaigns on this, and this has not been used in the same way everywhere, so we can still work on this. And for the past 2 years, we've seen a decrease in school bullying. However, we are not making progress in terms of cyber harassment or cyberbullying, and this is a scourge on which we need to make progress, including internationally. So we need to work with international organizations, but also social media. And this is why 2 years ago, when France was chairing the G7 with Brigitte Macron, we launched a coalition against cyberbullying and cyber harassment with UNESCO, and I would like to thank UNESCO for their support on this. And cyber harassment can also have an impact on the fight against LGBTphobia, and it can also have an impact on social media, so that they can be more active against derogatory comments and hate speech. And this way we can make sure that all individuals are respected as such on social media. So we need to take into account the daily life in our schools, and this is why there's a growing number of clubs being created to work on this, including the club that I will be visiting after this conference. We also need to foster partnerships with associations. It's the case in France with various associations. I'm not going to name all of them, but the association that was involved in the organization of the conference today is one of them. And we need to be very cautious about fundamental human rights. We therefore started a thorough examination of this at the Ministry of National Education, and I am sure that we will reach helpful conclusions. And with the Fouad case, as with other instances, we have seen that we need to do more in order to protect our students. And so what's important is to be able to report things very quickly, because very often a teenager can feel very lonely in the face of these phobia. And so they need to feel that our establishment is supporting them, and that the law is supporting them as well. I know that Elizabeth Moreno, my colleague, is also taking part in this conference, and we are working hand in hand to make progress on this. So thank you very much for your invitation. I will also pay a lot of attention to the survey that has just been presented, and to the international coverage on the subject, because there's a lot to do in France, but also internationally. And let me reiterate the importance of universality of fundamental human rights. So one last question, Mr. Blank. So you said that you did a lot on against harassment, including harassment against LGBTI plus youth, including cyber harassment. But you recognize that you need to go even further. So do you think that you need to better train teachers, headmasters, school principals? Absolutely. And this is something that we want to include systematically in our teachers' training and our future principals. And once again, we're not starting from scratch.
some training modules are already available. And what's important is to articulate this with other issues, because in education, maybe many subjects might seem to be piling up, and every challenge seems greater than the next. There are some environmental challenges, health challenges. So when we're talking about the training of teachers and principals, very often we tend to add up good intentions, but there are so many of them that we run the risk of making mistakes. So another way to look at this is to articulate these challenges between themselves. And this includes this includes respect of others. If we teach young children about team spirit, about respecting others, whoever they are, so if we manage to teach these values, and if we manage at the same time to fight against harassment, then we can make progress. And fortunately enough, it's already a reality in many of our schools. And in many cases, bullies would be reported. So I would like to really highlight the fact that we need to have a universal approach to mankind. Because we all too often we tend to want to scatter society, to fragment society with separate types of identities. So I do not want to have a society with various communities next to each other. I want a society where we are championing human rights universally. And so I think that it's important to have this if we want to reach brotherhood, sisterhood and peace. And so I want everyone to be proud of their own identity, of who they are. You can be proud of where you're coming from and where you're going. And I want schools to be a safe space, but also a space where people can flourish. And when you're a child or a teenager, you need to be able to be proud of yourself, and you need to be able to grow. So we need to create safe spaces for that. Thank you very much, Minister Blanke. Thank you.
Gabriel Richard,
Gabriel Richard, you worked on transphobia and homophobia at the global level, and you also worked on the sexual diversity in France. This is a survey that you conducted in collaboration with Lgbtiq, and as you said, this is very often only mentioned during sexual education classes, and the respondents you talked to often highlighted the absence of trans identity when it is not just seen as a medical condition. Yes, absolutely. So in this context today, I think that it's interesting to see how this can be problematic at international level, to see how we can face the same challenges in different countries. But this should not prevent us to look at purely French challenges as well. So before I address your question, I would like to go back to what Minister Blanke said, because he really strengthened the importance of universality. So it's a great principle, it's a beautiful principle, but it is not demonstrated empirically, because empirically we can see that there are some specific school experiences for all of the LGBTQI+ youth. And So we cannot put that aside just because of this universality principle. So we need to see what is different in the way these young people experience school. So you talked about the content of sexual education, and it is indeed a specificity of LGBTQI plus youth. And you talked about violence, and there's violence at school, and in France I think that we're talking about every second LGBTQI plus student experienced violence because of their gender identity or their sexual orientation. And for physical violence, it's probably 1 in 10, and for sexual violence, it's probably 1 in 30.
This type of violence occurs within the school environment and has that much more impact in space where we want the students to feel safe, to be in the best possible environment to learn. And so we have to recognize this fact so that we can make progress. Another specific feature of the lives of LGBTQI plus youth is that the curricula rarely reflect their concerns, rarely pay any mention or bear any mention of their daily experience. We interviewed LGBTQI school in France, and we asked them whether their needs were covered by the school curriculum. 95.1% of them responded that no, never, or almost never. So clearly, this is more than just a matter of saying everyone has their specific characteristics and situations, but no, it's more than that. The school environment exerts specific violence against these LGBTQI plus youth, and we need to go further and adapt our curricula, the teaching materials, the training of our teachers, so that ultimately we can school these pupils in the best possible manner. It's not a matter of designing special curricula for the LGBTQI plus youth. It's a matter of making sure that the curriculum is representative. Just a word, we were talking about training before the panel discussion. You were involved in designing training for teachers, were you not? What sorts of issues did you grapple with? Well, the school boards asked us about how to train teachers, particularly when it comes to covering transgender issues and what their schools' rights and obligations were in this matter. Teachers, school principals, pedagogy experts said that they did not feel supported by the Ministry of Education. They did not feel that there were clear guidelines to abide by that would serve as protection. Should need arise. People don't want to be accused of favoritism, heaven forbid, or overstepping the bounds. There was a real call for strong leadership on the part of the central education authorities with school curricula and resources provided, because there are precious few.
Elisabeth Moreno, vous avez lancé l'année dernière un plan national d'action pour l'égalité des droits contre la haine et les discriminations anti-LGBT jusqu'en 2023, donc pour 3 ans, 2020-2023, doté de 42 actions concrètes. Parmi ces actions, lesquelles concernent en particulier la jeunesse.
Permettez-moi de vous dire combien je suis heureuse de partager ce panel avec vous et d'entendre toutes ces données très importantes que vous nous partagez, parce qu'on est en 2021 et on pourrait considérer qu'en 2021, on peut être qui on a envie d'être, on peut aimer qui on a envie d'aimer, mais en
vérité, la réalité concrète, comme vous le disiez, madame, et je comprends quand Jean-Michel Blanquer parle d'universalisme, je comprends l'ambition qui est la sienne par rapport à l'école, mais c'est vrai qu'on est confronté parfois de manière très violente sur la réalité du terrain, et vous avez parlé notamment tout à l'heure du suicide atroce de Fouad qui a véritablement marqué beaucoup de gens. Et vous savez, moi je suis intimement convaincue que l'éducation, puisqu'on a beaucoup parlé, on parle aujourd'hui de la jeunesse, et je salue le MAC Jeunes d'avoir organisé cet événement. Notre jeunesse, c'est notre espoir, c'est notre avenir. Et quand on entend que 8 jeunes trans sur 10 parlent de leur mal-être au sein des établissements scolaires, quand on entend dire que 25% des jeunes de 18 à 30 ans ne s'identifient pas à un genre en particulier, eh bien, il faut entendre ces messages-là. Il faut entendre le mal-être de cette jeunesse, parce que sans cette jeunesse, notre pays n'a pas d'avenir, et l'espoir vient aussi de cette jeunesse. Donc, nous devons tout faire pour faire en sorte qu'elles se sentent entendues, qu'elles se sentent accompagnées, qu'elles se sentent incluses, et c'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons lancé ce plan national en faveur des droits des personnes LGBT+, que ce soit des jeunes, mais également moins jeunes, parce que ces atteintes à la dignité des personnes lesbiennes, gays, bi ou trans, eh bien, nous l'entendons chez les jeunes comme nous l'entendons aussi chez les adultes. Et il y a plusieurs actions, notamment, que nous avons décidées dans ce plan national vis-à-vis de notre jeunesse. C'est notamment d'écrire un guide à destination des personnels scolaires, parce qu'il faut reconnaître une chose, c'est que ces questions, ces discussions autour des jeunes lesbiennes, gays, bi ou trans est très nouvelle. Cette question est très nouvelle dans les écoles. Beaucoup d'enseignants n'y ont pas été préparés. Beaucoup du corps enseignant n'a pas été formé pour savoir comment répondre à ces questionnements-là. Et c'est pour ça qu'il nous semblait important de, à la fois écrire un guide d'accueil des jeunes élèves trans pour pouvoir aider ce personnel, mais nous avons également décidé avec Jean-Michel Blanquer de mettre en place un site, une sorte de boîte à outils pour tous les enseignants, pour leur permettre, lorsqu'ils sont un peu perdus, lorsqu'ils sont en questionnement, lorsqu'ils ne savent pas comment aborder certains sujets parce qu'ils en connaissent la sensibilité, eh bien qu'ils ne se retrouvent pas seuls face à ces difficultés-là. Et puis, nous avons également, face à l'éducation supérieure, parce que je veux saluer quand même le travail que Frédéric Vidal a fait là-dessus, la possibilité pour les jeunes trans qui sont rentrés en parcours de transition de pouvoir utiliser leur prénom d'usage, ça paraît quelque chose de simple, mais qui est très difficile finalement à mettre en œuvre, et c'est au sein de l'enseignement supérieur que cela a été mis en œuvre. De la même manière qu'avec Sarah El Haïry, nous travaillons pour que dans le service national universel, eh bien, les jeunes lesbiennes, gays, bi ou trans puissent se sentir complètement inclus. Donc ce travail de l'inclusion, il passe à la fois par la sensibilisation, par l'éducation, par l'information, parce que vous savez, je suis bien placée pour savoir que la plupart du temps, lorsqu'il y a des discriminations, ce sont des discriminations qui sont liées à la méconnaissance de l'autre, à l'ignorance de l'autre. Et je pense qu'il est essentiel que tout le monde comprenne que les orientations sexuelles, les identités de genre n'ont strictement rien à mériter en termes de discrimination, et que c'est toute la société qui doit se saisir de cette question, et ça passe par l'éducation dès la maison, parce qu'on peut faire tout l'enseignement que l'on souhaite à l'école, mais si vos parents, j'étais dans un lycée il y a quelque temps, et une jeune fille me disait qu'elle avait organisé une fête et qu'elle avait invité des amis homosexuels, et lorsqu'ils sont arrivés, ses parents lui ont dit tu les fais partir parce qu'ils ne sont pas comme nous. Donc on peut faire tout l'enseignement que l'on souhaite à l'école, si à la maison ça n'est pas suivi des faits, ça ne peut pas fonctionner. Si dans l'espace public on ne porte pas ces messages très forts, ça ne fonctionnera pas. Si dans les médias, si dans la presse, on ne lutte pas contre cette invisibilisation, il y a quelques jours c'était la journée de l'invisibilisation des lesbiennes, eh bien tout cela c'est un travail en profondeur qui fera que chaque citoyen et citoyenne lesbienne, gay, bi ou trans se sentira comme une citoyenne et un citoyen à part entière,
process in itself. It requires in-depth work.
De sensibilisation et de formation
educate, raise awareness, and this will be a long-term process, and it will have to be conducted throughout our society. Your program is scheduled to last 4 years.
Et puis vous avez évoqué à l'instant un certain nombre d'actions, certaines concernent plus précisément l'éducation active et l'accès à l'éducation sexuelle.
Absolument, et je pensais que Jean-Michel l'aborderait, mais il est évident que l'éducation sexuelle à l'école est essentiel. Moi, je ne sais pas pour vous, j'ai 50 ans, je peux vous dire qu'il était extrêmement difficile pour moi, quand j'étais jeune, de parler sexualité à la maison avec mes parents. J'ai découvert la plupart des choses que j'ai découvertes à l'école. On sait que beaucoup de jeunes aujourd'hui, parce qu'ils ne sont pas éduqués correctement, vont aller chercher sur Internet, sur les réseaux sociaux, avec tous les drames que ça peut sous-entendre, à s'éduquer. Donc, Jean-Michel Blanquer, Adrien Taquet, nous avons lancé un audit pour savoir si cette éducation sexuelle qui fait partie du programme scolaire est bien déployée de manière équilibrée dans tous les établissements. Parce que certains directeurs d'établissements sont très volontaristes, d'autres un peu moins, et il est essentiel pour protéger notre jeunesse. Il est essentiel que cette éducation à la sexualité ait lieu. Et ça va même un peu plus loin que ça, parce que, comme je vous le disais tout à l'heure, c'est une éducation de toute la société, et c'est pour ça aussi que nous avons fait des plans de communication importants qui ont notamment été lancés ce matin pour comprendre ce que c'est qu'est-ce que c'est qu'être lesbienne,
some of which were initiated this morning to understand what bisexuality
et c'est au travers de toutes ces éducations, de tous ces sujets, y compris dans la santé, parce que je veux quand même préciser que nous avons lancé des groupes de travail qui sont conduits aujourd'hui par le ministère de la Santé, notamment sur les questions des intersexes. Les enfants intersexes sont des sujets également éminemment importants, mais qui n'ont pas été traités jusqu'à ce que Olivier Véran décide de se saisir de la question. On peut dire que c'est long, mais au moins les questions sont prises et nous allons avancer de manière très volontariste sur ces questions parce que je peux vous dire que ce gouvernement est très sensible à toutes ces questions qui nous sont remontées de manière de plus en plus importante sur tous ces sujets que nous avons abordés cet après-midi.
Les sujets prioritaires pour le ministre Olivier Véran, n'ont pas douté, il y a bien sûr cette crise du Covid qui touche aussi les jeunes et les jeunes LGBTI en particulier. Là encore, comment ce plan prévu sur 4 ans peut-il prendre en compte les problèmes nés de cette crise sanitaire?
Eh bien, l'une des premières choses que nous avons faites lorsque le deuxième confinement s'est mis en œuvre, dès le premier d'ailleurs, si je me souviens bien, eh bien, nous savons que certains jeunes sont chassés de chez eux lorsqu'ils annoncent leur homosexualité à leur famille. Donc nous savons combien il est important d'avoir des places d'hébergement pour pouvoir les accueillir. Et nous travaillons et nous soutenons un certain nombre d'associations, je pense notamment au Refuge, mais je pense aussi au MAG et plein d'autres associations qui œuvrent en faveur des droits des personnes LGBT+, pour faire en sorte que à chaque fois qu'elles ont besoin d'être hébergées, eh bien, elles soient accueillies. Nous avons également travaillé avec le 3919, qui est la ligne qui accueille la parole des personnes qui sont victimes de violences intrafamiliales. Il y a aussi des violences au sein des couples homosexuels, gays ou lesbiennes, et le 3919 accueille la parole de ces personnes. Nous avons également mis en place des équipes au sein des gendarmeries, au sein des commissariats, pour accueillir, ce sont des référents qui accueillent la parole lorsque vous venez déposer plainte parce que vous avez été victime d'une agression homophobe. Eh bien, c'est important que vous soyez traité avec la spécificité de votre demande qui est bien différente quand vous parlez d'un vol de bureau ou de ce genre de sujet. Et puis, nous accompagnons notamment l'application Flag, qui est une application qui qui a été développé par une association dans la police, du ministère de l'Intérieur, de la police et des gendarmes, qui vous permet de pouvoir prévenir, alerter lorsque vous êtes victime d'agressions LGBT-phobes. Donc toutes ces actions nous permettent, nous pensons, non seulement d'être à l'écoute, mais de pouvoir mettre rapidement en place des actions concrètes qui font que les personnes lesbiennes, gays, bi ou trans ne se sentent pas seules lorsqu'elles sont discriminées, qu'elles aient toujours une personne à leur écoute et qu'elles aient des solutions concrètes qui soient mises en œuvre pour les aider et les accompagner.
Merci, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you, Madam
Let's
Minister.
now set our sights to the Netherlands. Madam Ambassador, Lisa de Patger, your country, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, is a sponsor of the UNESCO project entitled Education and Respect for All, Preventing and Addressing Homophobic and Transphobic Bullying in Educational Institutions. Please tell us what is being done in the Netherlands to prevent bullying, and why is comprehensive sexuality education so important as part of a more inclusive curriculum?
Sure, thank you, Raphael. And let me start off by saying that I'm super honored to be here and to speak here among all of you as one of the youngest people in this virtual room. And I think since we're talking about young people today, that certainly means something. I think I should start off by saying that if we want to better understand the challenges that LGBTIQ young people are facing, and we also want to foster social acceptance, we need to listen to their experiences. And of course, I'm very proud that the Netherlands has a strong record as a global advocate for the equal rights of LGBTIQ people, as well as SRHR and rights of young people, together with other governments and civil society. And I think when we talk about bullying, this is unfortunately an extremely relevant topic for members of the LGBTI community, because young members of the LGBTI community are among the most marginalized in their age group. And I think Jonathan just said it, there's currently an unsafe environment for queer youth to come out or to even exist. And we know that LGBTIQ youth, and especially trans youth, are the group with the highest incidence of attempts at ending their own lives. And I think that's just a shocking fact, but also not surprising, considering they're among the groups that report the highest incidences of bullying and stigma for being who they are, right? But you also have to see it as a social issue that goes beyond schools and bullying, because this hatred is ingrained in societies. And this year's UNFPA State of the World report speaks about corrective rape and conversion therapy happening in countries used to address sexual orientation or gender identities that don't conform to the heteronormative norms that dominate our societies today. And these practices are human rights violations. They're violations of their right to self-determination and bodily autonomy. And I think they hit young people hardest. So in the Netherlands, we've introduced initiatives like gender sexuality alliances in schools to stimulate conversations on sexual orientation and gender identity, and to work towards social acceptance of LGBTIQ persons from an early age. We also have our annual Purple Friday, in which students in schools around the country dress up in purple to show their solidarity and commitment to creating a safe environment for queer youth. And these alliances have really been proven to increase solidarity and prevent violence and stigmatization against young members of the LGBTQI+ community. Because what you see is that people actually start kicking down this stigma against their peers and friends from the moment that they see it. I remember a story from a school a couple of years ago where a teen boy was being bullied for being openly gay, and his classmates just wouldn't stand for it. So they got up and they formed a huge sort of circle of protection around him, showing that they wouldn't stand and tolerate this kind of stigmatization. And I think, of course, protection isn't the only element. It's also about active education and empowerment. But I thought that this was a really telling and beautiful example. And I think in order to tackle these issues of stigmatization that I just mentioned, obviously we want and need to change this. And I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel to do that. And when I look at the theme of the session, we're talking about LGBTIQ youth, education, and health. One solution comes straight into my mind, and you already said it, it's something that UNESCO is leading on. I'm talking about comprehensive sexuality education. Because I think CSE, if it's implemented well, it really has it all. Through CSE, young people can learn about their bodies, our freedoms, about mutual respect. It really has the potential to tackle gender stereotypes and patriarchal norms at the root. And it should be able to teach us to be allies for those who are marginalized. And it also should teach us to have a voice. And I think in a time where sexual freedoms and gender equality are under increased pressure, paradoxically at a time when we need them the most right now, the people that are most pushed away should have the loudest voice. And that voice can only exist with the right education, the right tools, and a world full of allies. So I'm happy to be surrounded here by a lot of national, subnational policymakers, because I want to take a chance to make a call on you for action, right? We've let the young people of this community wilt away for too long, and I need you to create political, social, and financial commitment for CEC everywhere, because I really think that that's the way forward.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. I know we were supposed to have some sort of a two-way dialogue together during this session, but unfortunately, we were running late. Now we're running out of time. So I'm so sorry, but thank you so much for being here with us today. And that's the end of our panel discussion. Well, thank you to all our panelists. Thank you to Manos and Antonines for being here with us, sitting down here. Also for Jonathan Beggar for being here with us as well. Le ministre de l'Éducation nationale, Jean-Michel
Blanquer, thank you so kindly, sir, for having spoken to us. Thank you, Gabriel Richard. And I'd like to thank Moreno, our minister. Thank you all very kindly for joining us. And I'll now give the floor to my colleague from RFI Radio, Christina Okelo, who's going to take over and who will be Master of Ceremonies for the awards ceremony.
Mesdames et messieurs, après une année blanche en 2020, le prix international de la ville de Paris pour les droits des personnes LGBTQI+ va démarrer.
Award ceremony for LGBTQI+ prize is going to begin. I'd like to welcome the Mayor of Paris, Mr. Jean-Luc Romero Michel, Secretary of the Prize, the Chairwoman of the jury, and we have the members of the jury. You have the floor, Madam.
Merci beaucoup, chers amis, très chers amis. Permettez-moi d'adresser un salut chaleureux à Madame la ministre, chère Elisabeth Moreno, qui a participé à ce moment. Vous dire ma fierté et ma joie de vous accueillir dans cet hôtel de ville de Paris, cette maison commune, cette maison d'une ville qui sait qu'elle est un lieu pour porter tous les messages de liberté, de lutte contre les discriminations. Paris est la capitale des droits humains. C'est une ville qui parle peut-être différemment au monde à partir de ce statut pour lequel je n'ai pas fait grand-chose puisqu'il nous précédait. Mais ce statut de Paris, cette ville de Paris, qui a été la ville dans laquelle ont été accueillis la plupart des déclarations internationales consacrant les droits humains et les libertés. Et lorsqu'on est élu de Paris, lorsqu'on est maire de Paris, eh bien cela nous oblige à être à la hauteur de ce que beaucoup qui sont venus ici pour défendre les libertés ont fait avant nous. Donc c'est un immense plaisir. Je voudrais bien sûr saluer Monsieur le secrétaire général du prix international LGBTQI+, de la ville de Paris, cher Jean-Luc Romero Michel, qui est aussi mon adjoint, mais je ne vais pas dire un vieux compagnon de route, puisque nous avons le même âge, mais quand même, depuis le temps que nous militons ensemble et que tu m'as aussi beaucoup appris et accompagné, je veux te dire un immense merci. Je veux saluer la présidente de ce jury, chère Giovanna Rincon, Giovanna, que je veux aussi remercier, saluer. Je dois dire qu'avec Giovanna, on a eu évidemment des sujets de discussion, mais que j'ai pu trouver en elle cette force, cette énergie, cette ouverture au dialogue qui aussi m'a fait progresser et évoluer. C'est vraiment un honneur de vous avoir comme présidente de ce jury. Remercier les membres du jury, Mamikon Ovsepian, Manuel Rosa Vasquez, Pierre Baillet qui
avec lequel j'ai le plaisir et l'honneur de travailler au sein de l'Association internationale des maires francophones. Et je veux aussi saluer Armand, notre ami de Ouagadougou, qui est là et qui est dans la salle, et je veux lui dire un immense merci. Parmi les membres du jury, Omar Didi, Rachel Gara Valcarcel, Aude Lemoulet-Crieux, mais Moussali, qui sont aussi membres de ce jury. Je voudrais saluer le militant du continent africain, membre du jury, qui a souhaité bien sûr garder son anonymat, et puis les invités spéciaux, Wissem Belgassem et Bolou Occupé. Mesdames et messieurs les finalistes, mes chers amis, mesdames et messieurs. Donc oui, c'est un bonheur de vous retrouver à l'occasion de cette remise du prix international de la ville de Paris pour les droits LGBTQI+. Je voudrais aussi remercier le mouvement d'affirmation des jeunes gays, lesbiennes, bi et trans d'avoir organisé cette conférence, ainsi qu'à l'ensemble des invités qui ont accepté d'intervenir à l'occasion de cette journée mondiale de lutte contre l'homophobie, la transphobie et la biphobie. Cher Jean-Luc Romero, sans toi, ce prix n'existerait pas. Et je veux remercier bien sûr aussi toutes celles et ceux qui font avancer les droits LGBTQI+ dans leur pays. Saluer les ambassadrices présentes ici dans cette salle qui nous accompagnent aussi à l'international. Je voudrais enfin vous dire que vous agissez toutes et tous de mille et une manières dans des pays, des contextes très différents, confrontés à des situations difficiles et douloureuses. Je sais que beaucoup d'entre vous se battent pour des idéaux de tolérance et de liberté. Et pour cette troisième édition, vous avez souhaité placer la jeunesse au cours de cette journée. C'est un choix que je ne peux que saluer et partager. Vous savez, j'ai toujours eu à cœur, je le disais, de faire de Paris une ville où chacune et chacun puisse trouver sa place, notamment pour les plus jeunes. Et cette année, nous le savons, a été particulièrement éprouvante pour nos jeunes, y compris et singulièrement, bien sûr, pour les personnes LGBTQI+. Je pense aux adolescents et aux jeunes LGBTQI+, qui ont pu être confinés, parfois avec des familles et des proches qui rejetaient leur identité de genre ou leur orientation sexuelle. Je pense aux jeunes qui n'ont pas pu se retrouver, partager ces moments chaleureux, faire la fête, ces moments où on se construit avec les autres, et aussi dans le regard fraternel, dans le regard de l'amitié. Le droit de vivre son orientation sexuelle et son identité de genre, quelle qu'elle soit, est un droit inaliénable. Malheureusement, encore en 2021, les personnes LGBTQI+, du monde entier souffrent beaucoup trop de discrimination, de violence. Certaines d'entre elles doivent fuir leur famille, leur pays, laisser derrière elles d'ailleurs tout ce qu'elles possèdent. D'autres y ont laissé la vie, elles ont été assassinées. Je pense aussi à la Pologne, ce pays d'Europe où des zones ont été déclarées sans LGBT.
Aware of the situation in Poland, where areas have been declared LGBTQI+ free, and Europe cannot stand by idly and allow this sort of behavior
to continue. C'est inadmissible.
This
identity LGBTQI+, Paris s'inscrit dans un mouvement qui est à l'opposé de ces tentations réactionnaires. Je veux saluer d'ailleurs les maires polonais qui ont décidé de porter ce combat aussi. Je pense bien sûr au maire de Varsovie ou encore au maire de Gdańsk. Parce que les symboles ont des conséquences directes et réelles sur la vie quotidienne des personnes LGBTQI+. Nous allons bien sûr déclarer notre ville zone LGBT friendly. J'ai aussi une pensée pour le peuple égyptien. D'ailleurs, je l'ai dit à son président, qui a commémoré récemment les 20 ans de l'affaire du Queen Boat, 52 hommes gays égyptiens avaient alors été arrêtés. Certains ont été condamnés à des peines de prison. En 20 ans, la situation ne s'est pas améliorée. Je pense bien sûr aussi à la militante Sarah Hegazi, qui a mis fin à ses jours après un exil
from Egypt who committed suicide after she had been forced into exile, Sarah Hegazi. I'd also like to pay tribute to the African mayors who are present here today. The struggle against LGBTphobia on the African continent is a critical challenge for
la jeunesse, et je pense que ça passe beaucoup par l'action des maires, dans la proximité, dans le dialogue, dans cette capacité qu'ont les maires à faire vivre ensemble des populations différentes, les faire vivre dans la tolérance et dans l'acceptation, parce que l'acceptation
in tolerance. Accepting the difference of others is part of the wealth and the pleasures of life. There are many activists who've been
des associations dont les sièges sont saccagés. Et je pense notamment au Cameroun, depuis février 2021, les forces de sécurité ont arrêté, arbitrairement battu ou menacé au moins 24 personnes, dont un adolescent âgé de 17 ans. Au sein de l'Association internationale des maires francophones, qui est présente sur ces sujets, et grâce aussi à Pierre Baillet, nous mettons en commun nos forces pour avancer. Et je veux vraiment remercier l'association et ses membres de participer à cette conférence. Avec l'organisation de ce prix, Paris défend un combat majeur, je l'ai dit, conforme à nos valeurs et à notre histoire. Et pourtant, je sais que même à Paris, la situation reste très difficile.
Remains extremely difficult for LGBTQI+ people. Too often they are being bullied, excluded, they suffer.
Nous devons continuer à nous mobiliser.
So we have to continue and be mobilized. I want people who suffer on a daily basis to know that they are not alone. They have the right to speak out. They will be heard, and I will be supporting them. We will support them. You can count on me to defend and further this cause. We are going to award 3 prizes, a national prize, a francophone prize, and an international prize. Hopefully, those prizes will be a testimony of our recognition for the work and the courage of those who are fighting on a daily basis. Before I conclude, I would like to pay tribute to those fighters who have died. We are celebrating the 40th anniversure of the abolition of the criminalization of homosexuality in France. Young people have to thank those who were able to lead the way. The current LGBT fights wouldn't be as they are without those people. This is also what happened with AIDS, for example. This is what has allowed us to make this disease visible and have some treatments provided to those suffering from this disease. And we know that discrimination and the way society looks at this disease is also part of the fight of all those current fighters. I would like to thank them, whether they are well-known or anonymous. They have been able to shift the lives. I would like also, obviously, to thank Jean-Luc Romero, because he has truly shifted the lives. I would like to thank my deputy also, Arnaud Ngatcha, who is in charge of international affairs. Together with me, he's also working on those issues here in Paris, but also at the international level. I would like to thank Bolu Okupe and Wissam Belgassem, who will award the prizes in a few minutes. You are all great examples for our youth, and I can assure you that we will win. This is a pacific, peaceful fight. We are standing, we will remain standing, we will speak louder and louder. There will be more and more of us.
in Poland and in other parts of the world where people are being discriminated against, where there is such violence, and they will lose and we will move forward. Thank you. Thank you. Before we move on to the award ceremony, I would like to ask Mr. Jean-Luc Romero-Michel, Secretary General of the Social Prize of the City of Paris, to take the floor.
Madame la maire de Paris, chère Anne, je voulais te remercier d'avoir évoqué, je ne savais pas que tu allais faire la lutte contre le sida, parce que c'est vrai que beaucoup des populations vulnérables, et je sais que Giovanna y est, comme moi, particulièrement attachée. Je pense aux travailleuses et aux travailleurs du sexe, je pense aux usagers de drogue, je pense aux migrants, et bien sûr aux gays ont payé un si lourd tribut. Et nous n'oublions pas aussi qu'au début de l'épidémie, s'il n'y avait pas eu ces associations de gays, de trans, la lutte contre le sida n'aura pas été celle-là. Et je me rappelle aussi, puisqu'on en parlait tout à l'heure avec le maire de Ouagadougou, que c'est ici que la maire de Paris a lancé la grande déclaration de Paris qui a fait que aujourd'hui des centaines de villes dans le monde s'occupent de la lutte contre le sida. Alors chère madame la ministre, elle est partie mais je la salue, elle ne doit pas être très loin, en tout cas on était très touchés de la voir. Mon cher Arnaud, cher collègue à l'international, et on avait tout à l'heure Pierre Rabadan qui ne doit pas être très loin, qu'on remercie de s'être associé avec nous aujourd'hui. Madame la présidente du jury, chère Giovanna, qu'on est toujours heureux de retrouver ici. Mesdames et messieurs les membres du jury, cher Oussem, cher Bolu, mesdames, messieurs, alors évidemment que nous sommes particulièrement heureux de vous retrouver pour cette édition 2021 du Prix international de Paris pour les droits des personnes LGBTQI+, après une crise sanitaire qui nous en a empêché l'année dernière, et c'était un vrai déchirement pour nous de ne pas pouvoir faire ce prix l'an passé. Comme vient de le rappeler la maire de Paris, cette crise et les mesures de confinement qui en ont découlé ont eu des conséquences terribles sur les personnes LGBTQI+, encore plus exposées évidemment aux discriminations et aux violences, tout en étant souvent plus seules pour y faire face. Ces souffrances se sont accentuées en silence, mais les militantes et militants ici à Paris et partout dans le monde ont poursuivi leur combat, et il était bien sûr important que la ville de Paris leur rende hommage. Lorsqu'il y a 4 ans, ce prix a été créé grâce à toi, Anne, à toi, à vous, la maire de Paris, nous avons voulu qu'en cette date si symbolique du 17 mai, pensons quand même que en France, jusqu'en 1980, l'homosexualité was still seen as a mental droits de l'homme, donc jour mondial contre l'homophobie, la lesbophobie, la transphobie et la biphobie. Paris met à l'honneur celles et ceux qui se battent au quotidien pour la liberté et bien sûr pour l'égalité, souvent au détriment de leur propre sécurité. Alors c'est bien cela l'esprit de ce prix de la ville de Paris, mettre en lumière celles et ceux qui mènent des actions inspirantes ou plutôt courageuses pour l'égalité des droits, souvent dans des contextes difficiles, souvent au risque de leur propre vie, les faire connaître des Parisiennes et des Parisiens et leur apporter notre soutien avec cette dotation de 5 000 € qui est remise à chaque prix, et je remercie particulièrement l'AIMF et son président Anne Hidalgo d'être aussi partie prenante de ce prix et de l'avoir voulu. Alors cet hommage, nous l'avons voulu collectif avec un jury qui reflète la richesse de l'engagement associatif parisien, mais aussi international. Alors je vais un peu reciter, mais je vais dire un petit peu plus sur chaque membre du jury. Alors bien sûr, merci encore à Giovanna, mais Anne en a parlé beaucoup. Pour nous, c'est un honneur d'avoir Giovanna, qui est la directrice, vous savez, de l'association CEST, mais qui est beaucoup d'autres choses dans notre communauté, que ce soit dans la lutte contre le sida, dans ce travail pour l'égalité des personnes trans, et évidemment dans le soutien aussi aux travailleuses et aux travailleurs du sexe. Et nous voulons vraiment lui dire à quel point nous sommes honorés de l'avoir cette année comme présidente de ce jury. Merci à Mamikon Otvepan, qui est le directeur de Pink Armenia. Je sais qu'il nous voit, il n'a pas pu malheureusement avoir l'autorisation pour venir nous rejoindre, mais il est derrière cet écran, et on le remercie d'avoir participé toute la matinée à nos travaux. Merci bien sûr à Manuel Rosa Vasquez pour le Rainbow Cities Network, qui est un réseau de villes qui sont évidemment Wembo, donc friendly, et à laquelle la maire a souhaité que la ville de Paris en fasse partie. Et puis bien sûr notre militant d'Afrique d'avoir rejoint nos jurés français et qu'on ne peut pas citer comme on l'a dit tout à l'heure, mais nous avons voulu justement que Bolu soit là pour parler dans quelques minutes un peu de ce qui se passe actuellement en Afrique. En tout cas, merci à lui d'avoir été si présent ce matin, d'être dans cette salle, et on sait quand même les risques qu'il ne prend rien qu'en venant ici. Bien sûr, Aude Le Moulec-Rieux, qui est la présidente de l'Ardis, un travail formidable. Elle est toujours très cachée, toujours très humble. Le travail formidable que fait cette association. Merci évidemment à Rachel Gara Valcarcel, qui est la coprésidente des journalistes LGBT, grâce à qui le regard de nos médias a considérablement évolué. Vraiment, merci Rachel. À May Moussali pour SOS Homophobie, qui fait un travail, comme vous le savez, de travail remarquable auprès des victimes de LGBT-phobie et qui nous rend un rapport tous les ans très éclairant et très utile pour mener justement des actions. Bien sûr, au mardi, pour le McJeune, la maire l'a rappelé, à la fois d'avoir été dans ce jury, mais surtout est très honoré de vous recevoir. Et bien sûr, merci à l'Association internationale des maires francophones et son secrétaire permanent Pierre Baillet. Merci Pierre de s'être engagé à nos côtés avec l'AIMF, et je salue le maire de Ouagadougou qui est dans cette salle. Je salue aussi bien sûr l'ambassadrice française des droits de l'homme et les ambassadeurs et ambassadrices qui sont ici présents aujourd'hui. Alors pour finir, pour que cette année 2021 que nous avons voulu très militante, nous avons deux invités dont les combats incarnent vraiment l'esprit de ce prix. Il s'agit de Wissem Belkacem, ancien footballeur professionnel qui a eu le courage de dénoncer l'homophobie et les LGBT-phobies en général dans le sport, en partageant son histoire personnelle. Et croyez-moi, ce n'est pas simple, dans un ouvrage que je vous conseille toutes et tous, Adieu ma honte. Merci Wissem d'être là.
Thank you, Wissem, for being with us.
Parce que c'est vrai que malheureusement les footballs professionnels
we know that there are many more professional football players who are LGBT, but
dans ce contexte
as of today,
et puis Bolu Occupé qui est militant nigérien, dont la parole a libéré tant d'autres, parce qu'il faut voir quand il a fait son coming out, ce que ça a suscité sur les réseaux sociaux, ce que ça a suscité en Afrique. Et je voulais le remercier quand on sait à quel point les personnes LGBTQI+, restent harcelées, arrêtées sans raison, violentées et parfois tuées. Donc vous vous exprimerez tous les deux dans quelques instants, mais je veux vous dire que nous sommes vraiment très fiers que vous soyez à nos côtés. Vous avez pris des risques, vous avez osé parler, et votre parole est libératrice pour vraiment beaucoup de gens, notamment la jeunesse, qui, nous le voyons dans cette conférence, ne demande qu'à être entendue. Cher Bolu, cher Wissem, soyez sûrs que nous soutiendrons. Et nous vous soutiendrons dans vos combats, comme nous le ferons avec les prochains lauréats de ce prix 2021. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire
Thank you,
général.
Mr. Secretary General. We are now going to move on to the awarding of the prizes. For the French prize, we are going to welcome Wissem Belkacem, a top sportsman and the author of Adieu ma honte.
Merci de me recevoir. Je pense
Thank
que
you very much
les
for
premières
having me
paroles que
today.
j'aimerais dire, c'est déjà
First, I would
remercier la
like
mairie de
to
Paris.
thank the Mayor of Paris. Thank you, Madame Mayor. Thank you, Jean-Luc Romero. Thank you, Arnaud Gacha, Mathieu Otif, who have really welcomed me in a very warm way. I'd like to thank you for that. I was asked to talk about my personal history. I'll try to be brief and concise. It's quite simple. I'm French. I was born in Aix-en-Provence, in the south of France, and I loved football. And very early on, I realized that I wanted to become a professional professional football player. And luckily enough, I was quite good at playing football. I applied to be trained in several football training centers, and I joined the one in Toulouse. I was from a difficult part of France, a disadvantaged neighborhood, and I realized at the same time that I was gay, but this was the last thing that you could be if you wanted to become a professional football player in France. And it's been an extremely difficult journey for me. I tried out all sorts of strategies in order to become a heterosexual person, but unfortunately, that's something that is impossible to do. You cannot change your sexuality, you can change the color of your skin, you cannot change your sexual origin, and it's been a lot of suffering during many years, people insulting me, and I started hating myself, and one day I had to make a decision. I had to decide between my personal life and my professional career. This is just an impossible decision to make, and I really hope that no one else will have to make such a decision. And it took me 3 years to write this book together with Lgbtiq. I'd like to thank her, by the way. I have created an organization in their football, and I help football players being prepared for the life after football. And I realized that there was no room for homophobia. And I had to speak out, I had to speak up, I had to do something about this because I didn't want any more young women to hate themselves. And people who will never know whether they have been successful or not. It's a daily fight, and I really thank the Mayor of Paris for giving me the floor today. I know that in France and worldwide there are many LGBT young people who really have an extremely difficult life. It's hell. But I like to tell them that they are just beautiful the way they are. They shouldn't hate themselves. This only makes you unhappy. And if you want to be happy, you have to be brave enough to be who you are, to accept who you are. And those who are wrong are those who are homophobic. You're not the ones who are wrong. So love yourself the way you are. So this was my message to you. I was also asked to award a prize today. I was quite happy to note I would award the prize, but when I was told who would receive the prize, I was even happier.
Donc les lauréates du prix du coup national sont les dégommeuses, qui je crois sont dans la salle aujourd'hui, donc bravo.
Les dégommeuses are the winners. I think they are in the room.
Et pendant qu'elles sont en train de monter sur scène, il y a aussi des mentions spéciales pour le collectif intersexe et Ankh qu'on peut applaudir aussi. Félicitations.
Congratulations.
Avec plaisir, vous le méritez.
It's a pleasure. You really deserve it.
Bonjour à toutes et
Good
tous.
afternoon, everyone.
Tout d'abord, bravo à la NKH et au collectif Intersexe et Alliés pour leur engagement qui méritait autant la distinction que le nôtre. L'honneur de recevoir le prix des mains de Wissem Belkacem, dont on a beaucoup apprécié les prises de parole récentes. Merci beaucoup, bien sûr, à la Ville de Paris et aux membres du jury pour leur soutien et leur confiance. Merci à toutes et tous les membres des dégommeuses qui font vivre et rebondir l'association depuis plus de 10 ans maintenant. Et un merci plus spécial à Nathanaël Gerbeau, réalisatrice du clip de présentation de l'association, diffusé avant la délibération du jury. Je crois nous représente assez bien. Le 17 mai est une journée de visibilité à laquelle nous sommes évidemment très attachés. Mais c'est aussi un moment pour se rappeler que cette visibilité a un coût qui n'est pas le même pour toutes et tous en fonction des horizons dont nous venons. Se rappeler que certains enjeux de survie relèguent aussi parfois, hélas, malgré la volonté des personnes concernées, l'enjeu de la visibilité au second plan. Qu'il y a urgence à agir pour les plus précaires et les plus isolés d'entre nous. Depuis les débuts de la crise liée au Covid, les associations communautaires, dont les dégommeuses, ont dû prendre en charge un nombre croissant de situations humaines et sociales dramatiques. Ce n'est pas le moindre des paradoxes de constater à quel point ces initiatives communautaires sont dénigrées actuellement au sommet de l'État, alors que celui-ci est incapable d'offrir lui-même une protection à certaines catégories de la population. Nous voudrions profiter de cette tribune pour alerter en particulier sur la question de l'accueil des migrantes et des migrants, y compris LGBT+, mais pas seulement, qui se dégrade sensiblement en ce moment. Encore la semaine dernière, une membre de notre équipe, une militante lesbienne ayant fui le mariage forcé et les menaces de viol au Burkina Faso, a reçu une réponse négative de la part de l'OFPRA. Ce n'est malheureusement pas un cas isolé, mais le signe d'une politique gouvernementale répressive, négative et de plus en plus inhumaine se déploie à large échelle. Nous appelons chacune et chacun à y résister. Depuis 2015, avec MeToo, les militantes féministes et leurs alliés ont appris à dire on vous croit aux victimes de violences sexuelles. Il est temps de dire et répéter on vous croit à toutes celles et ceux qui, comme notre coéquipière, ont traversé les continents et les océans au péril de leur vie, dans l'espoir de trouver un refuge et des conditions de vie dignes. Il sera bientôt temps de faire connaître notre colère dans la rue et dans les urnes.
In the streets and also when there will be a vote. Thank you.
Merci à vous. Pour la remise du prix
Thank you.
For
the Francophone Prize, I'm going to ask Mrs. Aude Lemoulet-Cruieux, President of Artists, to come up on stage.
Je vous remercie, je suis très heureuse.
I am very happy to be awarding this prize to a French-speaking association that is fighting for the rights of LGBT people worldwide. I would like to thank the City of Paris, Madame Anne Hidalgo, Mr. Jean-Luc, for this prize that allows us to
un témoignage de notre soutien à un certain nombre d'associations dans le monde.
A certain number of associations that we support them.
C'est une association qui
aide les personnes LGBT étrangères depuis plus de 20 ans. LGBT and transgender people. It's been doing so for the past 20 years. We also support asylum seekers, LGBT asylum seekers who fled the country because they were being persecuted. Many of them, they speak French, they are francophones, and it's important to remind everyone of the fact that today, worldwide, many people cannot be with the ones person they love because they would put their life in danger. And despite all this, some LGBT people are brave enough to work together to create association, and we want to commend them for this. We are going to award the special prize to the Tunisian association called Majdoun We Exist. They carry out concrete actions in favor of LGBTI people, support actions for people who are being discriminated against. There is a network of professionals, healthcare workers, psychologists, who are here to support LGBT people, and they also hold a LGBT festival every year, and it's probably the only one of its kind in this part of the world. We know this association very well, and we are always very happy to work with them. Then the jury decided to award the main prize to an association from Côte d'Ivoire, an association that supports lesbian, bi and transgender women. It's called Lesbian Life Association Côte d'Ivoire. That association also offers concrete solutions to those women, support actions, and they also want to change mentalities by setting up a framework that promotes discussion, exchanges, discussions in order to change mentalities within society. And we want to show solidarity with them, and we want also to show them how much we admire them. Thank you.
Bien, et enfin, nous allons conclure
And the
par la remise
last prize of the international prize
par un représentant du Nigeria
will be awarded by Bolu Okupe from Nigeria.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good afternoon.
Avant de commencer, je veux dire que mon français n'est pas trop bien, mais j'ai décidé à faire un effort pour faire ce discours en français parce que je suis sûr que vous l'appréciez tout. Et aussi également, excusez mon accent, je sais que quand je parle français, j'ai toujours un accent grave anglais. Et
to talk about my accent, I have a very British accent when I speak French, and I hope you will.
Donc, je suis tellement honoré d'avoir été invité à remettre ce prix aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup à Pierre aujourd'hui. Et aussi merci beaucoup à France pour m'avoir bien reçu. Quand j'ai décidé de faire mon coming out en janvier cette année, j'avais vraiment aucune idée de l'impact que cela aurait sur la communauté LGBT africaine et aussi pour les Africains en général. C'était pas facile du tout pour moi à faire mon coming out, et c'est pas seulement à cause de la culture homophobe et la culture hyper-religieuse qui nous diabolise et criminalise pour notre sexualité, mais aussi parce que je suis le fils d'un politicien nigérien qui est très connu. Donc mon père, il est un politicien nigérien qui est très très connu et qui est aussi très très homophobe. Et il était aussi, il faisait également partie des personnes qui ont mis en place la loi au Nigeria qui criminalisait les homosexuels, des gens comme moi. Donc en ce moment, il existe actuellement une peine pénale de 14 ans au Nigeria pour les personnes soupçonnées d'être homosexuelles. Alors, c'est pour ça que ma situation est devenue un sujet énorme dans mon pays et aussi au niveau international. Ça a commencé une conversation qui devait commencer dans mon pays et partout en Afrique de l'Est. Ma situation est devenue un peu comme un spectacle. Elle était rapportée par beaucoup. Dans mon pays d'origine, c'était comme j'avais fait honter sur ma famille. Et dans les mêmes souffles, il y avait beaucoup de personnes LGBT comme moi qui étaient inspirées de ce que j'ai fait. Et depuis, beaucoup d'autres ont également fait la même chose. Ce n'était pas une situation facile. Tous les jours, je reçois beaucoup de menaces, spécialement des menaces de mort. Même si je suis ici en France et j'ai un peu de sécurité parce que, heureusement, la loi ici ne me criminalise pas. Même avec ça, parfois, je pense peut-être, un jour, peut-être, il y a un Nigérien qui me voit et qui me reconnaît et tente peut-être de me faire de mal. Mais pour nous, les personnalités publiques LGBT africaines, c'est ce que nous risquons d'être dans cette bataille quand on a décidé de devenir les militants. Je n'ai jamais pensé qu'un jour je serais un militant, pas du tout, ou un rôle modèle, ou quelque chose comme ça. Mais tout ça montrait à quel point les gens avaient besoin d'une personnalité gay publique pour leur faire savoir qu'ils sont normaux, ou ils sont acceptés, ou ils ont besoin d'être fiers de qui ils sont. Depuis que j'ai sorti, j'ai reçu tellement beaucoup d'emails, beaucoup de messages des Africains LGBT qui me racontent comment ils sont inspirés par ma situation. C'est pour ça que je vais certainement continuer à utiliser ma voix et mon plateforme pour parler à ces problèmes et donner de visibilité à les gens comme moi, spécialement les gens qui n'ont pas la chance de pouvoir vivre en Europe comme moi. Parce que c'est vraiment un privilège. J'avoue les gens d'impact positif qui est arrivé avec ma situation et je suis sûr qu'un jour dans l'avenir, nous les LGBT africains n'avons pas besoin de quitter notre pays et déménager au Rio ou les USA ou des pays comme ça pour vivre librement. Je reste positif que cet jour viendra très bientôt et pour moi, je vais continuer à me battre pour cela. De mon côté,
j'ai décidé à créer une fondation qui va aider les gens LGBT africains de l'Ouest qui se retrouvent déplacés en raison de leur sexualité. Bon, alors ensuite, il y aura des prix des paris pour les droits LGBTQI+, dans cette catégorie internationale, et Atlas Nina Winsky, Atlas de la haine.
The Atlas Nina Winsky and the LGBT plus Russian network.
D'accord.
They are online with us.
Et si vous pouvez, donc,
okay.
Je ne sais pas si vous nous entendez.
I don't know if you can hear us.
Et ce serait bien, voilà, donc vous avez reçu ce
hopefully
prix,
you
on
can.
veut vous dire à quel point pour Paris c'est un grand honneur à un moment où d'ailleurs nous nous apprêtons à faire le contraire de ce qu'ont fait certaines villes.
About to do the opposite of what some Polish cities have done. So we are going to declare Paris gay, an LGBT-friendly city, and so we are awarding you this prize with Arnaud Evolue and all of the jury members with Giovanna. So you are now awarded this prize of €5,000. Would you like to say a few words now? Yes. The floor is yours.
Yes. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure to see you again.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is such an honor to be here and to receive the award. This is the dark age for human rights in Poland. We are being called ideology and dehumanized. We are facing discrimination, and for our actions, we are being sued. What helps us is, of course, an international support. So thanks a lot. But also what really gives us hope in those harsh times are the local activists. In last years, we have seen a lot of local actions handled by the people who have never been an activist in places where no LGBT people were known. We would like to honor this award to those people. Because of them, we can change this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations.
Yes.
Alors, il y a deux mentions spéciales.
Donc, merci beaucoup. Thank you and congratulations for all the amazing work that you do. It's really appreciated. Donc, ensuite, on a deux mentions
spéciales. And then we have two special mentions. The first one is for LGBT Russian Network, and the second one is for Cetra Menham and Club Ego Beirut.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your work.
And now, to conclude this ceremony, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Giovanna Rincon, the director of CEST Association. Thank you very much. It's nice to take the mask off a little. Thank you, Madame Mayor. Thank you, Jean-Luc, for this opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to chair this prize. And I've been involved in this prize for the past 3 years under another role. And it's an honor to share this with so many prestigious people involved in the fight for these rights. Thank you also to those who shared those testimonies. And we are still listening to this in 2021. In favor of emancipation. It's very important for me to be here and to be chairing this jury. This goes to remind everyone that this prize, besides the amount of money, besides the symbol, is also very important because of the current pandemic, which brought to light the impact it can have on LGBTQI plus people. Similarly to AIDS, the COVID-19 pandemic goes to show how persecution is obvious against our community. We needed to make a decision between the participants, and it was not an easy thing to do. And this morning, with the other members of the jury, we needed to make a decision, and we wanted to send an important message to the cause of lesbians. Because we wanted to showcase their fight. We also wanted to send a strong message to our politicians, because unfortunately the rise of far right is a reality every year in Poland, in Brazil and elsewhere. It's also the right time to remind everyone that we acquired some rights, but we are also facing a potential threat, because some rights, including for trans people, have gone back. For instance, it's no longer there is no longer the possibility to change gender, for instance, in the UK or in some American states. And this is very important because last year WHO recognized that trans people were not people suffering from mental illness, and therefore there are 30 years of ill treatment, the result of an organization that promoted exclusion against trans people. So recognizing this is not enough to have a natural remedy. And all too often, trans women are sex workers as well, and these people often become the victims of repressive policies against sex workers, including in France, where there is a confusion between exploitation and the self-right to become a sex worker.
Les associations et les engagés, c'est très important.
It's very important to have associations working on this, but it is even more important to act. And it was the case, for instance, last year with the City of Paris, where associations could receive financial support for emergency support, including for trans sex workers. And this really helped us to allow these people to be able to feed themselves and have access to decent housing.
J'aurais bien aimé interpeller avant qu'elle parte, mais on attend encore des réponses puisque le ministère de l'égalité hommes-femmes reste nommé, on nous demande. Et donc c'est intéressant que ce prix, ça nous permet d'avoir une fenêtre encore plus importante en termes de plaidoyer pour rappeler à quel point l'émancipation sur les questions LGBT est une priorité aujourd'hui en 2021. C'est un moment aussi important pour rappeler que l'étranger à l'international,
it's also a way of reminding internationally that some people are really threatened, are really in danger, and we need to go a lot further in the promotion of LGBTQI+ rights. And in Paris, there are deputy mayors that are very sensitive to these issues, but in reality, our emancipation needs to come with a lot of solidarity and mobilization, because it is about protecting the youth so they can live freely while taking care of their health. But I think that it's also the right time to remind everyone of the consequences of the psychiatrization of trans and homosexual people, and
LGBTQI, les personnes les plus âgées aujourd'hui, doivent aussi être une priorité pour nous. Et donc, il ne faut pas les oublier dans cette notion de lutte pour notre émancipation, puisque l'accompagnement de leur fin de vie est une obligation aussi à l'intérieur de notre communauté. Merci à toutes les personnes qui ont été ici présentes. Merci à vous et merci à toutes les personnes qui s'engagent à l'international en la francophonie et ici en France pour que la question des droits LGBTI ne soit pas non seulement
Thank you for your work to make sure that we fight for this not only on the 17th of May but every day. Thank you, Madam Chair. And now I would like to invite the Secretary General to come closer and the prize recipients as well for a photograph.
Je profite des photos pour remercier la DGRI en mon nom
So
et en
I would like to thank the DGRI on behalf of myself and Arno, and to thank also the protocol services who worked very hard, the SETI, Diana from the Mayor's office whose help was essential, and my own office as well, including Eugénie, who worked very hard for organizing this. Thanks everyone. Thanks to all of you.
Good afternoon. As announced, we're now going to discuss safety in cities for LGBTQI plus youth. As we've heard, they are discriminated against because of their sexual orientation or their gender identity. And in some cities, it's more dangerous than elsewhere. In this context, what sorts of public policies can cities implement to eradicate violence and make their cities safe? We're going to hear several mayors who will describe their commitment to the safety of LGBTQI+. We're going to hear the Mayor of Toronto, Mr. John Tory, by video.
Hello, Mayor John Tory here, coming to you from Toronto, Canada. It's such a pleasure to join all of the attendees of the Global LGBTI+ Youth Conference and share how Toronto is steadfast in our commitment as a city to foster a place that is safe and welcoming and supportive of our LGBTI+ communities. Toronto prides itself on being a city that supports and encourages all residents, regardless of where they're from, their gender, their sexual orientation, their ethnicity, their age. We continue to make concerted and proactive efforts to support our LGBTQ2S+ communities. We're implementing programs and services that uplift and inform and recognize leaders in these communities. And importantly, helping others who are not members of these communities to recognize that LGBTQ2S+ residents should be treated and embraced as they are and not face discrimination or exclusion of any kind. Dignity and respect should be the hallmarks with LGBTQ2S+, empowered and supported to thrive in their city, our city. In 2017, the city launched something called Toronto for All, a public education initiative that stands firm in its absolute rejection of all forms of discrimination and racism. Under this initiative, the city has executed a number of campaigns, from creating safe and inclusive environments for trans youth of color, to opposing Islamophobia and anti-Black racism, to amplifying Indigenous voices in Toronto, and more recently, to raise awareness around the increase in racism against East Asians in our city. In all of this work, we recognize that people are not one-dimensional. With respect for intersectionality of identities, we're addressing the multiple and compounding forms of marginalization and discrimination and disadvantage that can impact individuals simultaneously right here in Toronto. As the level of government closest to residents, we need to work directly with our community partners on the ground. We know that the greatest guidance comes from the expertise of our community agencies. This includes, in our case, organizations like the 519, committed to the health and happiness and full participation of the LGBTQ2S+ communities. The Black Coalition for AIDS Prevention, the Trans Lifeline Hotline, that's just to name a few. And their work, this important work, continues to this day. And their commitment, our commitment, remain as strong as ever. Just this year, in 2021, the city launched the LGBTQ2S+ Advisory Committee to advise the city on priority issues to eliminate barriers and inequities in accessing city programs and services. Toronto's a diverse city, and we're striving every day to become more inclusive. That's the real goal. We know there is a place for everyone here in this city, and we want to make sure that we are creating that space and protecting and preserving that space. I'm proud of this work, but I also know we have plenty of work ahead. And I thank you for your work to support these efforts and our collective work ahead. I hope you have a wonderful conference, and I thank you again for everything you're doing that is such important work for all of us here and elsewhere all around the world. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mayor John Tory, for that look at what the City of Toronto is doing to promote the inclusion of LGBTI+ youth. Je souhaite désormais donner la parole à Grégoire Jeunes, le syndic de Lausanne.
La ville de Lausanne a décidé la mise en place d'une politique municipale LGBTIQ+, transversale et concertée. Elle passe par 3 engagements forts. Premièrement, Lausanne s'engage pour que chacune et chacun puisse vivre et affirmer son identité et son expression de genre, son orientation sexuelle en toute liberté et en toute sécurité. Deuxièmement, Lausanne s'engage aussi à délivrer des prestations inclusives et non discriminantes à l'égard des personnes LGBTIQ+. Enfin, nous entendons veiller à appliquer les mêmes principes à l'égard des plus de 5000 personnes qui travaillent quotidiennement pour la ville de Lausanne. Les villes ont une responsabilité et des compétences particulières en matière de sécurité et d'aménagement public. Lausanne ambitionne de créer et d'aménager des espaces publics mixtes, favorables à l'inclusion ainsi que de monitorer les discriminations. Dans cette perspective, la ville agit déjà depuis 2016 de manière ciblée pour lutter contre le harcèlement de rue et promouvoir des représentations positives de la diversité sexuelle pour lutter contre les stéréotypes négatifs. Les discriminations ne sont pas une fatalité. C'est dans cette perspective aussi que Lausanne s'engage publiquement en faveur du projet de mariage pour tous, dans la campagne de votation à venir en Suisse, comme elle l'a fait précédemment en faveur de l'extension de la norme pénale antiraciste à la discrimination basée sur l'orientation sexuelle. Membre de la coalition internationale des villes inclusives et durables de l'UNESCO, Lausanne commémore chaque année la journée internationale de lutte contre l'homophobie, la lesbophobie, la biphobie et la transphobie par des actions symboliques.
Merci, Monsieur Grégoire Jeunes, le syndic de Lausanne.
Mr. Grégoire Jeunes, syndic of Lausanne. We're now going to hear a statement by the Mayor of Belo Horizonte and its Secretary General Maria Colares.
A Prefeitura de Belo Horizonte, por meio da Secretaria Municipal de Assistência Social, Segurança Alimentar e Cidadania, é responsável por coordenar políticas públicas para a população LGBT e para as juventudes, desenvolvendo estratégias para criar ambientes seguros para a juventude LGBT na cidade. A Diretoria de Políticas para a População LGBT, criada em 2017, assim como a Diretoria de Políticas para as Juventudes, atuam na capacitação de agentes públicos municipais. Nos últimos 4 anos, foram mais de 10 mil agentes públicos capacitados em temáticas de direitos humanos pela Subsecretaria de Direitos de Cidadania. O município coordenou ainda a implantação do nome social na normatização de documentos. Ao todo, mais de 200 tipos de formulários atualizados e 4 mil agentes públicos municipais foram capacitados sobre o uso do nome social e sua normatização em documentos municipais. A Prefeitura apoia a realização de atividades sociais, culturais e esportivas para a população LGBT com segurança. Eventos como a Semana da Visibilidade Travesti e Trans, Marcha contra a LGBTfobia, Parada do Orgulho LGBT, Champions League Gay, são apoiados pela Diretoria de Políticas para a População LGBT. Em 2018, foi inaugurada uma sede para o Centro de Referência para a População LGBT de Belo Horizonte, de Portas para a Rua. O atendimento no CLGBT foi ampliado em quase 10 vezes entre 2017 e 2020. A unidade é referência para a população LGBT nos serviços e políticas públicas municipais. Também atua em casos de violação de direitos, orienta e encaminha as pessoas para as diferentes políticas como saúde, assistência social e trabalho e renda. O centro é ainda responsável pelo encaminhamento de jovens LGBTs vulneráveis para atendimento prioritário de estágio e para cursos profissionalizantes, como as trilhas da gastronomia. Belo Horizonte conta também com o Centro de Referência das Juventudes, que atende jovens entre 15 e 29 anos, em especial as juventudes mais vulnerabilizadas, jovens negros, periféricos, mulheres e LGBTs. São mais de 120 mil pessoas por ano acessando o equipamento. Uma das principais ocupações culturais de jovens LGBT, o duelo de vogue, acontece por meio de treinos, ensaios e aulas abertas na arena do CRJ. Ainda no CRJ, os jovens são acompanhados e orientados na prevenção em saúde sexual, PrEP 1519, executado por iniciativa em parceria com a Faculdade de Medicina da Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais. Cerca de 150 adolescentes entre 15 e 19 anos são acompanhados pela iniciativa, que também funciona como um estudo sobre a incidência do HIV, assim como os métodos de prevenção que melhor se adequam à realidade dos jovens.
A Prefeitura Municipal de Belo Horizonte parabeniza a iniciativa de realização da Conferência Global sobre os Direitos da Promoção e Inclusão de Jovens LGBTI. Sabemos que os desafios enfrentados no âmbito das cidades necessitam do envolvimento e da articulação dos governos locais, no desenvolvimento de políticas públicas que promovam a inclusão, a participação e os direitos nas diversas áreas, como cultura, saúde, educação, assistência social, o direito ao trabalho e à renda. Em Belo Horizonte, temos potentes políticas públicas e equipamento de promoção à juventude LGBT em nossa cidade. Equipamentos que tanto olham especificamente para esse público, mas também políticas públicas que promovem a integração de diversas áreas. Tudo isso é realizado com a articulação dos Conselhos Municipais de Políticas Públicas, que são espaços importantes de participação popular, de escuta e articulação com este público-alvo. Por isso, parabenizamos essa iniciativa e esperamos que essa conferência traga para nós diretrizes e também outras ideias e experiências para que possamos aperfeiçoar as nossas políticas e integrar uma força mundial de promoção desses direitos.
Thank you very kindly to those two representatives of the city of Belo Horizonte. We're going to hear more first-hand accounts during this panel discussion. We have Heidelberg and Kansas City mayors' statements accessible for you to view on the website. We're now going to move on to our panel discussion, the inclusion of LGBTQI plus youth in our cities. I have the pleasure of welcoming to my right Mr. Armand Pierre, you're the mayor of Ouagadougou. Thank you very kindly for joining us. I have Nina Gabrish, mayor of Krakow for Equal Opportunity.
Good afternoon, Nina. Welcome. Can you hear me? Can you hear us? Nina Gabrish?
Not really.
Okay, I'm just presenting you. I'm saying that you are the advisor to the mayor of Krakow in Poland on equality policy, and we're very happy to have you here with us this afternoon.
Now I hear very good. Thank you. Very nice.
Thank you, Nina. Donc, je vais poursuivre. Nous avons également M. Robert Baudry. Vous êtes le membre du exécutif de la ville de Montréal. Soyez également le bienvenu, M. Baudry.
Merci, c'est un plaisir d'être parmi vous.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to join you.
Et à ma droite aussi, j'ai M. Manuel Rosas Vasquez. You are the coordinator of the Rainbow Cities Network. Welcome, Manuel.
Je vous remercie beaucoup et thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Et last but not least, nous avons également M. Jean-Luc Romero Michel,
Jean-Luc Romero Michel, Deputy Mayor of Paris, in charge of human rights integration and the fight against discrimination. Welcome.
Last but not least, à ma gauche, j'ai M. Alix, c'est un jeune LGBTI. Vous allez donner votre témoignage plus tard lors de la table ronde.
LGBTQI+ youth, and you're going to be making a statement during this panel discussion as well. Welcome. Thank you. Mayor of Fumbo in Cameroon, who will be joining us via Zoom as well. Welcome. Thank you very kindly. Welcome to you, Madam. So, this afternoon, we would like to hold a dialogue between the mayors of cities and the LGBTQI+ youth. Could you tell us about the situation of young people in your cities, and then we will talk about the solutions. Very little discussion is made of LGBTQI+ youth, whereas they are the ones who have the highest hurdles to overcome when it comes to gaining access to municipal services or supports. These youngsters are stigmatized at school. Sometimes they're expelled from home by their parents. How can they be helped? I would like to ask you, Mr. Robert Baudry, the City of Montreal has done what exactly to help these youth? Thank you for the question. In fact, Montreal is a very inclusive city. It's a young city. It's a university city. We have exchange students from abroad who come from everywhere around the world to live in our city of Montreal. It's an inclusive city, and it's very alive to LGBTQI+ issues. We celebrate diversity. In downtown Montreal, we have a festival, and the active participation of members of the community is encouraged. However, we're not immune to transphobia, lesbophobia, and biphobia. There are expressions of such phobias in our city, and we have a responsibility in fighting against those phobias. We must take steps to make sure that these youths are able to grow and flourish and participate without fear in an environment, a safe environment. And that's exactly what we do. In Montreal, we've been working very hard on this, particularly in recent years. In 2019, we took a survey to understand what it was that LGBTQI youth needed and to discover what their experiences had been in Montreal. It was an unprecedentedly broad survey. 3,300 people responded to the survey. We discovered that discrimination was alive and well in Montreal. Unfortunately, that LGBTQI+ youth had experienced unpleasantries, and the figure was very high when it came to trans youth. So we took different measures to support this population and improve their access to public life and social services. We took steps that were both symbolic and active. We rewrote the city charter, which recognizes LGBTQI plus discrimination now, which was not the case previously. We now have transphobia and lesbophobia wording written into the charter, which is not formerly the case. And we seek to understand the experiences of our LGBTQI plus citizens. One of the initiatives has been to set up a hotline to help LGBTQI plus youth break out of their isolation. We have a program devoted to that population, and the City of Montreal truly recognizes how important it is to ensure the equal participation of all its citizens, and we realize that it's important to create a safe and serene environment for all of our inhabitants. In spite of the fact that we have a welcoming policy in general, we still have improvements to make. Thank you, sir. We're going to have to be strict about our speaking time. We'll have 3 minutes each. Let us now turn to, on the subject of inclusion, let's talk about exclusion. Talk about the exclusion that has been experienced by LGBTQI plus people in Poland. There have been LGBTQI plus free zones declared. Krakow has taken the opposite approach and has created an LGBTQI plus phobia free zone. How have you operated to create a friendly environment given the hostile situation?
I can also ask a question in English. Nina, I'm saying that we can't talk about inclusion without first addressing the issue of exclusion, and this is precisely what LGBT people are experiencing where you are in Poland, where there are anti-LGBT zones, that is, zones without LGBT ideology. And in response, cities like Krakow have created hate-free zones. And so I'm asking you, Nina, you are the advisor to the mayor of Krakow in Poland on equality policy. How do you go about promoting LGBT rights in a climate of such hostility?
Yes, thank you for that question. We are living in a very hard reality. LGBT plus community in Poland has no basic rights, considering we don't have marriage equality, adoption, civil unions, or any protection under the law, criminal law. So what we have to face is lack of legal system that protects the LGBT community, but also a very homophobic narrative from the government and right-wing propaganda. And what we are trying to do is counter this narrative. We are very invested in building initiatives and projects and policies that would protect LGBT plus community in Krakow, and we hope that the change we are evoking by this, by those initiatives, are gonna influence further other cities and other local governments, and this is the way we want to promote change in this sphere. In 2019, our president Jacek Majchrowski made I think a very important step towards building a sensitive and inclusive city, and established Equal Treatment Committee. And this committee is, the purpose of it is to develop ideas, concepts, and solutions towards equal treatment and anti-discrimination strategies in Krakow. And we are consulting with many representatives from academia, from NGOs, but also from with activists, LGBT activists especially. And we are trying to build a very long-term equal policy that would provide solutions in many aspects of city life. And right now we are having this. We are doing this research. The purpose is to build to have a diagnosis on situation in Krakow. But in the meantime, we are trying to do a lot of projects that would promote respect and equal treatment. One of the first projects our first initial projects we've launched was Krakow Free from Hate event. This was the event that was launched in response to the first LGBT-free zones horrible idea. So what we did, we invited Krakowians, but especially LGBT community, to the city hall to show support. In a few days, we've had almost 10,000 people on Facebook. So we decided we cannot do that inside of the city hall because that would be not possible. And we did it outside, and it was a very happy event. And it was a beginning for us to show in a space, in a city space, very openly that we are supporting LGBT community, and especially when this community is under such a horrible attack. And
so Nina, Mrs. Gabbridge, if I can just wrap up, just because we have 12 minutes left for this first segment, but I'll just summarize. So it's very important, I've understood, to change the narrative and really show that this community is accepted there where you are in Krakow. Je vais poursuivre avec vous, Monsieur Roland-Pierre.
You, sir, the mayor of Ouagadougou, Mr. Alain Roland-Pierre, Bouindi. Have you had occasion to take the floor in other venues on this subject? What avenues are open to you to foster the inclusion of LGBTQI plus youth? No, I have had opportunity to discuss this matter in the past. Ms. Hidalgo convened a meeting of the AIMF on this issue, where we also took up the issues of AIDS and vulnerable populations. Those cities that these vulnerable populations inhabit must absolutely take action to improve the situation. In Burkina Faso, in Ouagadougou, as you said earlier, before you talk about inclusion, you have to talk about exclusion. Well, in Burkina Faso, there's almost no exclusion. The Constitution makes any sort of exclusion illegal. The Constitution prohibits exclusion of any sort. In Burkina Faso, you may not exclude anybody on any grounds. Thus, I believe that says it all. Indeed, LGBTQI plus youth exist in Burkina Faso, but there's no specific discrimination leveled against them. Their rights are protected, and we respect their rights. They're a very small population in any event, and we fight to make sure that everyone has equal access to healthcare, to the different municipal services, to ensure that this discrimination should never occur. Yes, admittedly, there has been discrimination against this phenomenon, but it's general. People have very rigid positions regarding homosexuality, but there's nothing specific about this opposition. Our society is made up of people who are quite religious, and that underpins our society and anchors our cultural values. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Mayor. Let's stay on the African continent. In Cameroon, we have 2 transgender people who were sentenced to 5 years of jail for attempts to practice homosexuality. In Africa, homosexuality is seen as an outside phenomenon imposed from the outside. What do you say to that as the mayor of Fombon? Madam, you sent in your reply by video, I believe. Yes, thank you very kindly. I am the mayor of the city of Foumban, 200,000 inhabitants, a city where homosexuality is taboo, and it's prohibited on religious principles. In Foumban, 80% of the population is Muslim, 20% are Christian. Additionally, in Cameroon, homosexuality is tantamount to pedophilia, and homosexuality is seen as part of magic practices to attempt to acquire power or wealth. Homosexuality, as a result, is seen as a luxury, and it's a white man's game. It's something that is the exclusive province of Westerners who have no problems in life, who can freely break the laws of nature. And Westerners are seen as trying to impose these practices from outside, whereas in Africa there's so many other challenges. Political rights, social, economic, and cultural rights are constantly being violated, and there are so many emergencies that we have no time to take up these other matters. There's also the idea that people pretend to be discriminated against as homosexuals in order to get visas, visas of convenience, as it were, and
à côté, il y a beaucoup d'autres problèmes des droits civiques, politiques, comme je l'ai dit, qu'il faut résoudre, des problèmes de double nationalité, des enfants qui n'ont pas le droit d'avoir la nationalité de leurs deux
no
parents,
access to
les
the
femmes
nationalities of their parents,
de la polygamie,
women subject to the polygamy of their husbands, and Westerners fail to understand apparently that we have so many other problems to worry about, that we have no time to worry about these other matters. In Cameroon, the legal framework straddles a constitution where fundamental freedoms must be respected, and we've signed up to the International Pact of Civil Rights, but on the other hand, we also punish homosexuality in our penal code.
Les relations sexuelles entre des personnes d'un même sexe. Donc, nous, dans notre compréhension de ville qui a pour vision d'être une ville intelligente, une ville où on
we like to think of ourselves as an intelligent city where justice, democracy, solidarity, and diversity are principles that we respect. So what can be done? Is the fact that the penal code punishes homosexuality grounds for discriminating against homosexuals?
nous, on pense qu'une ville doit être un levier d'ouverture d'esprit, de tolérance, d'acceptation de l'autre, parce que c'est ça qui sont les valeurs qui vont nous permettre la véritable paix durable et le véritable
allow us to establish a lasting peace. So that's how I would answer your question. I abide by the laws of my country, but as the mayor of Fuman, I have to provide equal access to all city services without discrimination, because the political foundation and ideological and philosophical foundation of our political life means that the human being is at the center of all our efforts, which is why I have decided to attend this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's come back to Paris. Mr. Jean-Luc Romero-Michel, you're deputy to the mayor of Paris in charge of human rights. Could you talk about the situation of young people here in Paris? It seems that the health crisis hasn't made things easier. Have you seen any more requests for assistance from young LGBTI people here in Paris? Yes, well, thank you. I'd like to really thank the mayor for having organized this major event here in Paris in this beautiful building. I'd like to thank the MacGen also for their involvement. It was important that this International Day against homophobia, biphobia be celebrated in the proper way. And I'm really pleased to see the mayor of Ouagadougou, because AIMF, the International Association of Francophone Mayors, is also working on this issue. There are a few symbols, some of them are global in nature, and we insist on them. I believe that you saw that the facade of the town hall building is decorated with the rainbow colors today. And we want young LGBTI people to understand or to feel that this is a city that welcomes them. If you've been to the neighborhood called Les Marais, you will have seen crossings that are also painted with the colors of the rainbow. And I was listening to the representative from Poland, and I hope that people will be unanimous, but we are going to suggest this in the various district councils, and then at the main council we will suggest that Paris is known or is entitled a LGBT-friendly city. Paris has 3 international awards, and we have just given an award to a Polish association. As you said, the COVID crisis has been terrible. It's been terrible because some young people have had to stay with their families for many months on end, and we've seen young lesbian people, young homosexuals, young transgender people having to stay with their parents, and things were extremely difficult. Either their parents were not aware of their child's situation because they had never talked about it, maybe. This was the first lockdown in France. It lasted over 2 months. It was extremely strict, and quite often in those families this became unbearable. Some young people came out, and associations, Le MAG and other associations, were contacted by young people who had left their homes, their families. They were in the street, and things had to be organized. Many services were closed. Many associations were not able to really play their role and direct them to more specific associations. For example, we have Le Refuge that provides accommodation to young LGBT people who cannot stay with their families. So obviously, we were also faced with young migrants. This is an extremely important problem in Paris. We have many migrants in Paris, and many young LGBT migrants. They are housed in shelters, sometimes they have to share the accommodation with people from their country who will not want to be under the same roof as LGBT people. This is why we offer emergency accommodation solutions for those people. Unfortunately, I have to give the floor to our last speaker. Then we will continue the discussion, Mr. Moses. Mr. Manuel Vasquez, you are the coordinator of the Rainbow Cities Network. How do you understand the situation of LGBT people?
I would like to say that at least the 34 members that are part of our network, they are very conscious, Paris included. We are very happy to be here to not only support but also help the young to thrive. However, it's very important, and I know we don't have much time and I don't want to cause any debate, but it is very important the local governments engage not only in protecting and respecting and helping the young people to thrive, not only because that's why they were elected, but also because it's their moral duty. It's our moral duty to include everyone. And I'm very happy to be here and also to being able to talk to the other, some majors or some people in other cities, because we would like to connect with them and to make a stronger our network. We have now expanded to Asia, Taiwan, Taipei, they're our members, and we're trying to expand our network to Latin America and to North America. But again, just one important thing is young people are at the center in the cities to help them to develop.
Thank you so much, Manuel Vasquez. You're the coordinator of the Rainbow Cities Network. Donc c'est là maintenant de faire une petite pause et de poursuivre nos séances de vidéos.
So let's have a short break and we're going to watch a few videos.
Des maires maintenant, donc
we're going to have 3 mayors, Buenos Aires, Toulouse and Krakow.
Mes premiers mots sont pour remercier l'UNESCO de cette initiative, saluer tous les acteurs qui sont réunis pour cet événement important. Toulouse, ville ouverte, ville plurielle, se nourrit depuis toujours des différences. Or, le contexte actuel est marqué par une augmentation des discriminations et de l'homophobie. Face à ces dérives, nous nous mobilisons. Et aujourd'hui, 17 mai, marque l'ouverture du Festival régional de la diversité. Il va continuer au cours des prochains mois et il connaîtra son point d'orgue au mois d'octobre lors de la Marche des Fiertés, un événement que nous soutenons, un rendez-vous désormais traditionnel. Au-delà de ces événements, c'est bien évidemment toute l'année que nous sommes engagés et mobilisés. Nous le faisons de plusieurs manières. D'abord en soutenant les acteurs associatifs qui, sur ces sujets, jouent un rôle essentiel et complémentaire à celui de la collectivité. Ensuite, en mettant en œuvre des plans pour lutter contre les discriminations et l'homophobie que nous avons signés il y a plusieurs années déjà, notamment au sein de la collectivité et au sein des agents de celle-ci. Enfin, en faisant vivre un lieu unique en France, l'espace de la diversité et de la laïcité, qui est un espace ressource, qui est un espace d'événements, un espace où la vie associative se retrouve et où les citoyens peuvent s'investir sur ces questions-là. Au niveau de la collectivité, nous démarrons l'opération pour la 3e fois Rôle Modèle, en partenariat avec l'autre cercle. Le but, c'est que les 13 000 agents de la mairie et de la métropole soient sensibilisés pour combattre les discriminations et pour favoriser l'inclusion des personnes LGBT+. À travers cette vidéo, j'ai voulu exprimer mon soutien à votre communauté, qui est aussi le soutien de la collectivité pour lutter contre toutes les discriminations, contre l'homophobie en particulier, mais aussi contre l'ensemble des préjugés et des violences.
Nie mam najmniejszych wątpliwości, że wobec prawa jesteśmy wszyscy równi. Mówią o tym najważniejsze deklaracje międzynarodowe, a także polska konstytucja. Równość, wolność, solidarność, szacunek i otwartość to wartości, które są wpisane w DNA naszego miasta. Kraków jest dumny z otwartości w kwestiach światopoglądowych, wielokulturowości, kosmopolityzmu, społeczeństwa otwartego. Nasze miasto jest miastem schronienia i miastem tworzącym równe szanse dla wszystkim. Edukacja równościowa, wsparcie dla organizacji pozarządowych działających na rzecz praw człowieka, tęczowe symbole w przestrzeni miasta, wsparcie dla osób LGBT w kryzysie, procedury antydyskryminacyjne, wydarzenia kulturalne mówiące o potrzebie przeciwdziałania dyskryminacji, walka z mową nienawiści. To tylko niektóre z działań, które podejmujemy w ramach polityki równościowej, którą tworzymy i pragniemy rozwijać. Jako gospodarz miasta, które ma w swoim herbie symbol otwartych bram, raz jeszcze podkreślam, że w Krakowie mamy pełną świadomość, jaką wartością jest różnorodność. Tylko w mieście, w którym pielęgnuje się otwartość, solidaryzm społeczny i empatię, możemy się czuć wszyscy szczęśliwi, wolni i bezpieczni.
Hola, mi nombre es Horacio Rodríguez Larreta y soy el jefe de gobierno de la ciudad de Buenos Aires. Es un honor ser parte de UNESCO's International Coalition of Inclusive and Sustainable Cities y de la Red Latinoamericana de Ciudades Arcoíris. Argentina es uno de los países más avanzados del mundo en términos de legislación para proteger los derechos del colectivo LGBTIQ+. Hace años que desde la ciudad venimos trabajando para llevar adelante políticas públicas que tienen como objetivo la protección y la promoción de los derechos de las personas LGBTIQ+, que viven, trabajan y visitan Buenos Aires. En la ciudad rige la ley de antidiscriminación y la ley de espacios libres de discriminación. Además, a través del programa BA Convive, capacitamos en materia de orientación sexual e identidad de género a todos los ámbitos públicos y privados de la ciudad de Buenos Aires, para concientizar sobre estas leyes y generar espacios libres de discriminación. Sabemos que la inserción laboral es un reclamo histórico y una herramienta para lograr la inclusión de las personas trans, que son la población con derechos más vulnerados dentro del colectivo LGBTIQ+. Y por eso desarrollamos un programa integral de acceso al trabajo para personas trans. En la ciudad anualmente celebramos la Semana del Orgullo BA con distintas iniciativas y actividades culturales, artísticas y deportivas para amplificar la temática de la diversidad en toda la ciudad. En esta misma línea y como forma de homenajear y reivindicar al colectivo LGBTIQ+, se realizan intervenciones en el espacio público como fue la estación del subte Carlos Jauregui, la primera en el mundo en llevar el nombre de un referente histórico de la diversidad sexual. Nos honra saber que somos parte de una ciudad que busca día a día ser un poco más diversa e inclusiva. Seguimos trabajando para lograrlo.
Nous avons entendu la voix des maires, il est temps
So we've listened to mayors, and let's listen to a young LGBT+. So you're a trans man, you live in the Paris area. Can you please tell us about how things are in your city? Do you feel safe where you live? Yes, I do. I do feel safe. I feel actually safer than I used to when I go out in the street. Nonetheless, I'm sometimes faced with some difficult situation. I have to go and get a parcel at the post office. I have to explain my trans identity, which is not always an obvious or an easy thing to do. If I have to show my identity card or my travel pass to a police officer, then my identity is different from me, and I have to explain who I am. And sometimes there's some transphobia. So does this prevent you from accessing municipal services? Do you sometimes find it difficult to have access to municipal services? Well, I haven't started out any paperwork so far, but I could talk about some people I know, trans people, and depending on the city in which you live, it might not be very easy to do some paperwork if you want to change a marital status, if you want to change your first name. Things are not always easy. Sometimes it takes quite a long time in some places. But fortunately, in some cities, things are quite smooth. But it's not the case for all cities. So if let's talk about you. You're 21 years old. You weren't assigned a woman, but you're a transgender man. Can you explain what this means and how you came out, and whether it was difficult to talk about this to your parents? Well, I am a transgender man, which means that I was assigned a woman at birth, but I never really felt I was a female. I didn't see my role as being that of a female person, and it's not always easy to know that transsexuality exists, that there is something like trans identities. I had to learn about all this. We talked about the lockdown and the difficult times that some LGBTI people experience, and I was one of them. I spent a lot of time wondering about all sorts of things, and I've eventually admitted that I had, or realized that I had to come out and talk about this, and I'm much happier now. I came out approximately 1 year ago, and things are much easier now with my family. I'm much happier also. And it's important to state that, sometimes things go well. We often hear about the families in which things are not happy, but sometimes you can come out and things turn out well. There is probably a lack of knowledge because you have to learn about this topic, but there is a lot of respect in my family, and they listen to me, which makes things much easier. So, we're talking about safe cities. In your view, because you're a transgender man, what would you need in order to feel safe? What do you need? Because we have some mayors with us taking part in this roundtable. What do you need? Well, I believe that we need to feel that regardless of where we're going to go, we will be able to carry out various administrative tasks. It's important to know that regardless of the city, regardless of the district, we will feel safe. This is extremely important. Plus, if we know that we are being supported, that things are underway in order to try and assist LGBT people, just knowing that we are being supported, cities could support associations or help build concrete projects aimed at trans people or LGBTI plus people, generally speaking. Mr. Romero Michel, would you pick up on what Alex just said? As you could hear, she said that she needed a city to help her carry out administrative, or him carry out administrative tasks. Well, that's exactly what we are doing. Training is really important. It's not always easy for people in the civil department to know what to do or how to react. No, sometimes they simply don't know what to do. So what we did is offer them proper training sessions. We are currently training the municipal police. It will be a police force with as many men and women, and they will be trained and know about discrimination issues, especially against LGBTI people, because some people might be phobic, but it is our priority to improve things. We have a number of labels and certificates. All our staff here is properly welcome and trained. We make sure that regardless of your sexual orientation, regardless of your origins, you will still have an opportunity to be promoted. We were even sanctioned because we have 2 women holding the managing positions within our city hall. So our staff is trained, and this is what really makes the difference. When a trans person comes to the department to have his or her name changed, if this person is not welcome properly, it is a form of violence, but it could also be a form of violence against the staff. So we need to ensure when it's trained properly. So the coordinator of the Rainbow Cities Network is training of municipal agents, the police officers, the place to start?
That's a very good question. Indeed, many of our cities, and that's what I can talk about. Actually, one of the main activities after either passing a program or either adopting an emancipation policy is the training of the people, especially police, to prevent any discrimination either in the train or public spaces. But also, it's very important to understand that it's not only the police. I mean, that's, let's say, an immediate action, but also cities are investing time in education, because if we teach young people, children, people in university, that discrimination is wrong, it will not need, in the future, of course, that we need these specific trainings to understand. Because once again, I know a lot of people have talked about it. This is not a trend. This is not exported or imported value. This is human, and human is diverse. That's why, but just to go back to your question, yes, that's what our cities are doing. Paris, as the deputy mayor said, but also a lot of our cities are just implementing a lot of time and a lot of resources to training to the police officers, to first rescue people like in the ambulances. However, of course, it takes time, and we are very happy that most of our cities are doing such great work.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manuel Vasquez. So you talked about the importance of living together as the mayor of Ouagadougou. Is this an important lever to fight discrimination? Can you explain why this works well in your country, whereas in other countries, as Uganda, which is my country of origin, it's still difficult to accept homosexuality? So what is working for you? Can you tell us about it? What are we doing that is working in Burkina Faso? Well, first we have this living community, and there is a great tolerance for each religion. During Muslim ceremonies, the Catholic priest will go to the place of worship of the Muslims, and during the Ramadan, for example, Muslims came with their prime managers, and they went to pray at the place of worship of the Catholic Church. But as you know, we are in an area where there is a lot of terrorism. We have displaced people who are extremely fragile, and homosexuality as such is a phenomenon. I'm not going to say that is something that we are ignoring. It's just something that we do not experience on a daily basis, because there are no exclusions, really. Quite often in cities in Burkina Faso, those people are mistreated, but this doesn't happen often. So if I'm a lesbian woman, does this mean that I can walk freely in Ouagadougou without being molested? Is that what you're saying? Yes, exactly. In Ouagadougou, I'm sure that they are lesbians and gay people, but they do not show off, if you will. They remain discreet, and they work together with other people. They practice their sexual orientation as they wish, as they please, but they do not exhibit themselves. At the municipality, there is no document, no law, as in Cameroon. We don't have any law that condemns such practices. So it is tolerated, and we are extremely neutral towards those practices, so there is no problem, really. There is one problem that was mentioned, the discrepancies between public life and government decisions. Gavina Gavrish, I would like to talk about this again. What should be done when the city is LGBT friendly and the government or the region is homophobic? So what needs to be done in order to give more rights to the mayor so that they can help young LGBTI+. I'm going to ask a question to you, Mrs. Nina Gavrish, and I can translate the question if need be.
No, thank you. I've heard in English fine this time. We have a lot of responsibility. That's the most important part. If there is such situation from the national government, cities have responsibility for their citizens to protect them and to support them. And what we are trying to do with other local governments in Poland is to build a coalition and have a strong voice supporting LGBT community all around Poland. We are also hoping that not only big cities would be engaged, but also smaller communities. I think that's the most important, because LGBT community in big cities have a better situation than the community in smaller cities. That what we see in statistics, the situation is very, very hard, and especially for young youth, we have reported almost 70% of LGBT youth has thought about suicide. So with that kind of terrifying statistics, we have to act. And we in Krakow, we have implemented a lot of initiatives promoting equality, but what I think is one of the most important ones is we've started a very intensive anti-discrimination program for city employees, but also teachers and school directors. And we are also supporting financially this homeless shelter for LGBT youth in crisis. And we are financing many projects for LGBT organizations, non-governmental organizations, because that's what helps. They are the closest to the community, so we're trying to support them any way we can. So that's what we are doing, but we are also doing we're working on symbolic level. I think this messaging is very important. We've lit up our buildings on coming out day in rainbow colors to say that everyone in Krakow can feel at home and deserves respect. And I hope also that this message will radiate positively amongst the community. I think.
Can I just ask, perhaps your colleague, Mr. Robert Baudry, to perhaps respond to what you're saying? You mentioned the importance of having homeless shelters for the LGBTI plus youth. Donc, Mr. Robert Baudry, je voudrais.
Mr. Robert Baudry, I would like to have you back in the discussion. What about those emergency shelters? Is this something that should be explored for LGBTI plus people? Yes, indeed. We support community organizations that provide assistance or shelter to LGBTI plus youth. I myself worked for 15 years at one of those organizations, and I believe that we need to have a cross-cutting approach, regardless of the mission statement, regardless of the mission of the organization, whether they provide food or whether they provide shelter. It's important to be attuned, to be aware of the needs of LGBTI plus youth. In Montreal, we also develop specific areas or buildings in order to host those organizations. Because of the increase in real estate prices, those community organizations can no longer be on the main street, on the high street. So we make sure that we provide them with the rooms, the space that they need, so that they can meet, so that they can organize things at the heart of the village of Montreal, which is really emblematic. So we support community organizations, and this is part of a full continuum. We want to put an end to the double or triple stigmatization that some of those people are faced with, and this is, I believe, what is successful. We want to have a mixed community. Thank you, Mr. Baudry. I'm going to ask Madame Andrea Meyer-Funby to tell us what kind of policies, public policies, should be implemented as of tomorrow in order to support LGBTI plus youth.
Thank you. I have some experience as a member of parliament. I've been a member of parliament for 13 years, and I am convinced that social and cultural aspects should be taken into account at all levels. And so at a lower level, I mean improving the legal framework, making sure that there are sanctions in case someone doesn't abide by the law. And I think that it's also the responsibility of mayors and of parents in terms of education and training and all of the actions in favor of social inclusion. I think that we need to make sure that there are no taboos, and we need to make sure that there is education happening within families. We need to make sure that we can start a conversation with our children, and we need to make sure that they can move away from preconceived ideas. And little by little will have a critical mass this way. We should make sure that no subject is taboo. We shouldn't have this at the level of a country. The population needs to be able to say what they think. We need to make sure that no discussions are distorted. And, for instance, no one should be frightened of joining a debate, a discussion. We need to have a civil dialogue within our countries. And regarding the orientation of the majority, well, we'll have to respect this. But we need to start by knowing about this, and we need to make sure that everybody is taken into account and that everybody's fundamental rights and fundamental freedoms are respected. And when we are protected others, we are protecting ourselves as well. And so this is what I had to say. Well, thank you very much. We are now reaching the end of our roundtable, and now I would like to ask all of our participants to give examples of political actions that were implemented in favor of LGBTI plus youth. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Dounde. Well, it will be difficult for me to give you a concrete example because, as I said, there are almost no discriminations. And what we think we should strengthen, however, is this tolerance towards all minorities, all of the diversity that is represented in our city. So these communities that live together. So that's what I can say about this. And now I would like to have the opinion of Mr. Manuel Vasquez, because you said that it's important for mayors to be committed, but you didn't seem to be convinced by the political response. So how could mayors improve this?
First is to recognize that even though we want to say that the situation in Europe and around the world has improved for the community, the few figures that we have shows otherwise. So for me, it's really hard to understand and believe that in other regions that traditionally have not shown the respect not only for human rights, of course not for the respect to the community LGBTI, it's still a struggle. So I think, and on behalf of the 35 cities that form this network, that we acknowledge first that we still need a lot of work to do, that we acknowledge that the young and not so young, and all the LGBTIQ plus community are in need of help. And COVID showed and that the vulnerability that our community is just a blink of an eye to literally lose everything and put at risk their lives. So,
what aspects need to be improved? Tout à l'heure, on a parlé des publics
earlier, we talked about some communities, some members that are more vulnerable than others. For instance, if you're a man and if you're black and trans, you will be facing more discrimination than a white trans. So what can cities do in order to fight against that kind of discrimination?
Probably you have heard this term intersectionality, right? And that is a term that now it's more in vogue, let's put it this way, where not only I'm exposed because I'm an immigrant, but also because I'm a person of color, but also because I'm gay, but also because I could be poor. So, and let's say that I have it easy. Let's think about someone that is transgender, poor, probably refugee. So fortunately, our cities are investing resources and creating policies to prevent it. A concrete example, for instance, when the crisis of 2014 happened, the city of Berlin created a specific refugee camp for LGBT refugees. And not enough with that, they provided training for the rest of the refugee camps so they could identify and help without any trauma for these refugees. I mean, that would be a concrete example.
Okay, wonderful. Just because we're running out of time, donc il ne reste plus beaucoup de temps. Donc pour les autres exemples,
we are running out of time. So for other concrete examples, I would encourage you to check our websites. But I would like to ask Alex Écran, our young LGBTQI plus representative, to say a few words. So what do you think about this? So do you feel safer now? Well, it would be difficult to say this, but I sincerely hope that this conference helps us move forward. And I hope that after all of these speeches, we can see some concrete actions. And so I do hope this brings about something tangible, some tangible progress. And I'm very happy that we had these discussions today. And I'm very happy to see these issues being brought up. Thank you very much. And best practices were shared by our participants today in order to improve the inclusion of LGBTQI+, first of all, education and then training in order to face any type of hatred or preconceived idea. And another step is the decriminalization of homosexuality, because according to an Amnesty International report, only 43 countries in the world punish homophobic crimes. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. I'm very honored to guide you today through the closing ceremony of the Global Conference on Rights and Inclusion of LGBTI+ Youth. We've seen today extremely rich and powerful discussions, and at this point, allow me to thank, on behalf of the organizers, all our high-ranking guests and youth participants for their invaluable contribution.
Permettez-moi également d'exprimer as well to express on behalf of the permanent delegation of the Netherlands, Canada, Austria and France our deep gratitude to all of the partners to this conference, in particular Omar Didi and his team at Outright Action International, as well as the City of Paris, as well as the French government, the European Commission,
les réseaux des villes et le réseau international d'arc-en-ciel, ainsi que tous nos partenaires médias techniques et privés. Depuis que nous avons commencé à préparer les événements dont cette conférence d'aujourd'hui et les coups d'envoi, cela est effectivement devenu un mouvement étonnant. Une alliance multipartie prenante extraordinaire qui réunissent des jeunes LGBTI+, avec des gouvernements nationaux, les Nations Unies, y compris l'UNESCO, les autres organisations internationales telles que l'Union européenne et le OECD, des villes, la société civile, les secteurs privés. And we have more in store for you. We are going to organize
Futures Literacy Labs, which will allow LGBTI+ youth to imagine and co-create the future they want. And we're going to work very hard on further conferences that will happen next year in February. With these events, we will build platforms for LGBTI+ youth, for them to have their voices heard and to actively shape the strategies of inclusion that directly concern them. Veuillez rester à l'écoute avec nous alors que nous clôturons cette conférence globale avec davantage d'invités de haut sans plus tarder. Je vous invite à regarder le premier message de Jessica Stern, directrice exécutive
Executive Director of Outright Action.
Hi, my name is Jessica Stern, and I'm the Executive Director of Outright Action International. Outright is a global feminist and LGBTIQ organization with staff in 7 countries across the global North and South. I have to say, it is an honor to co-organize the first global conference for the rights and inclusion of LGBTI+ youth. As someone who struggled personally with internalized homophobia in my teens, but now realize that I hit the jackpot by being lucky enough to be queer, it is deeply meaningful to me to co-create a conference as special as this one. I want to start by emphasizing how high the stakes are and talking about 2 issues that disproportionately hurt LGBTIQ youth. First, Outright has researched what's known as conversion practices globally, sometimes also known as conversion therapy. But we know it's not conversion or therapy, but torture. 82% of the survivors we spoke with were subject to conversion practices at age 24 or younger. This data horrifies me. We cannot be blind to an issue that creates so much harm for so many LGBTIQ youth. And we know the solution. Conversion practices must be banned in every country on the planet. The second issue that I want to raise is COVID, which has made life infinitely harder for LGBTIQ youth. In Outright's report, Vulnerability Amplified, we documented how depression skyrocketed for LGBTIQ people in the pandemic. Domestic violence spiked, and LGBTIQ people fell deeper into poverty. We must look at this through a queer youth lens. We know of one gay youth in St. Lucia who was stuck with his homophobic parents due to the pandemic all the time. And just to cope, he would sneak into his bedroom, go into his closet, close the door, just so he could talk on the phone without being heard. Literally, he was closeting himself to be safe. As human rights activists, we fight for a better tomorrow. The challenge is that it takes years for laws to change and a generation for attitudes to shift. So very often, our successes will have more impact on future generations. And by this, I mean today's LGBTIQ youth. And this is why Outright partners with LGBTIQ youth in our fellowship programs, our mentorship programs, our advocacy around the SDGs and beyond. Since we're talking about your future, we need to hear your voices. LGBTIQ youth must have a say over how they learn about LGBTIQ history, what sexuality education they need, and when and if they want access to trans or intersex affirming healthcare. It should be simple. LGBTIQ youth must have a say in decisions that concern them. If we don't ask LGBTIQ youth what they need, we will pay a price. They will experience marginalization and they will carry trauma, like so many from my generation. But the reverse is also true. If we ask LGBTIQ youth what they want, we will get so much from them, but also for our families, for our communities, our countries, for the world. Just think of all the talent, creativity, and potential we'll unlock. When we are safe to be ourselves, when we are our beautiful, fierce, and flamboyant LGBTIQ selves, we're at our best. So I have a special message for the LGBTIQ youth out there watching in Riyadh, and Bogota, and Kingston, and Paris, and Prague, and Mumbai, Dakar, Harare, and beyond. I want to say that we are fighting alongside of you, and we are listening to you. Let this conference be a start. Thank you.
Powerful speech by Jessica Stern. Jessica pointed to two very salient issues: conversion practices that actually amount to torture need to be banned, but also the difficult circumstances that LGBTI plus youth find themselves in the context of the COVID crisis. But she also pointed to the enormous potential that waits to be unlocked within LGBTI plus youth and the boundless solidarity we're trying to unleash today and for the future. J'ai maintenant l'honneur d'introduire Hélène Bidard.
And I now have the honor of introducing Mrs. Hélène Bidard, Deputy Mayor of Paris, in charge of gender equality, youth, and non-formal education. You have the floor.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
les chefs d'État, membres de
heads of
gouvernement,
states,
maires
members of government,
et élus du monde
mayors
entier,
and elected
diplomates
officials,
et hauts représentants et
diplomats
représentantes en
and
vos grades,
high
qualités et
representatives
fonctions, qui êtes présents ou avez participé à cette journée
have
en
attended
distance.
this
Mesdames et
global
messieurs les
conference.
représentantes et représentants des
Ladies and
délégations
gentlemen,
permanentes
representatives
d'Autriche,
of the
du Canada, de
permanent
France, des
delegations
Pays-Bas auprès de
of
l'UNESCO.
France, Austria,
Madame
the Netherlands
Jessica
and
Stern,
Canada to
directrice
UNESCO,
exécutive d'Upright Action
Mrs.
International,
Jessica
que le monde
Stern,
entend.
the
Monsieur le
Executive
Président
Director
du MAC
of
Jeunes
Upright
LGBT+,
Action
cher
International,
Mesdames et messieurs, il s'appelait Ali,
President
il avait 20 ans, Longwado,
MAG
22
Jeunes
ans,
Omardidi,
Lindolfo, 25 ans, ou encore Normande, 29 ans. 4 jeunes aux 4 coins du monde, sauvagement assassinés ces derniers jours en raison de leur aspiration profonde, intime et humaine à vivre librement leurs amours. Ces derniers jours, dans l'actualité, donc, ils étaient 4. Mais le monde se souvient aussi avec effroi. Il y a 5 ans, à Orlando, on en dénombrait 49 victimes. Et nous ne devons pas oublier qu'au quotidien, à travers le globe, ce sont des milliers de jeunes LGBTI+, qui sont victimes d'agressions physiques ou verbales, d'insultes ou d'injures, que ce soit dans la sphère publique, numérique ou privée. La France n'est pas épargnée, loin de là, par ce poison des LGBT-phobies qui gangrène nos sociétés, qui affaiblissent les démocraties, qui ternissent nos valeurs. Selon Santé publique France, les jeunes LGBT courent 3 fois plus de risques de subir des violences intrafamiliales, violences en forte hausse dans le contexte de confinement que nous avons connu. D'année en année, les rapports de SOS homophobie se succèdent pour alerter sur la multiplication des violences à caractère LGBTphobe, dont les conséquences sont nombreuses sur le plan de la vie personnelle et familiale, de l'accès à l'emploi, à la santé ou encore au logement. Alors, faut-il encore le rappeler, en 2021, toujours, des LGBT-phobies tuent. Elles tuent partout dans tous les pays, sur tous les continents, et quand elles ne portent pas directement atteinte à l'intégrité physique, elles n'en sont pas moins violentes moralement et psychologiquement, brisant parfois des destins, des parcours de vie, des ambitions, des rêves, des talents. Un demi-siècle après Stonewall, 30 ans après le retrait de l'homosexualité de la classification internationale des maladies de l'OMS, 20 ans après la toute première légalisation dans le monde du mariage aux couples de même sexe aux Pays-Bas, 2 ans après le retrait de la transidentité de la liste des troubles mentaux, le combat pour l'égalité, le respect de la dignité des personnes LGBTI+, est loin d'être achevé. C'est même une lutte de chaque instant. Et je veux saluer cette jeunesse qui s'empare, qui s'en empare, qui se mobilise, qui refuse de se faire invisible et d'attendre le grand soir pour obtenir respect et liberté. Cette jeunesse qui ne se contente pas de regarder le chemin accompli, mais qui puise dans les luttes progressistes de notre histoire la force et le courage d'en écrire de nouvelles pages. En France et à Paris, la journée historique du 26 avril dernier, la marche pour la visibilité des lesbiennes et de leurs droits, en était assurément une, tout comme l'est chaque année, la marche des fiertés LGBT de Paris, qui reste la plus grande manifestation ayant lieu sur le territoire national annuellement. Aujourd'hui, ce premier acte de la Conférence mondiale des droits et de l'inclusion des jeunes LGBTI+, en est assurément encore une autre. Une nouvelle page de dialogue, ô combien nécessaire à l'heure où l'ensemble des continents est confronté à la résurgence inquiétante des mouvements nationalistes et identitaires d'extrême droite, ceux-là même qui, ne l'oublions pas, furent à l'origine du triangle rose et du triangle noir, ceux-là même qui défendent encore aujourd'hui les thérapies dites de conversion. Dans les mauvaises herbes repoussent ces moments de réflexion collective et de partage d'initiatives pour la mise en place de politiques publiques inclusives sont essentielles pour que continue de fleurir l'idéal d'un monde plus juste, plus égalitaire, plus humain. Avec les hashtags MeToo, MeTooGay, Black Lives Matter et Yourself for Climate, la jeunesse du monde l'a bien compris et elle pourra compter sur Paris, ville de l'amour, de l'éternelle jeunesse, pour que les droits fondamentaux des jeunes LGBTI ne soient pas un vain mot. C'est le sens de son adhésion en 2016 au réseau mondial des villes LGBTI friendly, le Rainbow City Network. C'est le sens de son implication très forte dans l'organisation et la tenue des Gay Games à Paris à l'été 2018. C'est ce qui a guidé la mise en place du vaste plan de 32 mesures pour lutter contre l'LGBTiphobie que nous avons lancé avec Anne Hidalgo. C'est la raison de sa participation annuelle au Cities et son programme ambitieux Paris sans sida. C'est la philosophie qui l'anime avec le prix international LGBTI dont nous avons assisté tout à l'heure à la remise. C'est enfin l'objectif de son soutien important au tissu associatif LGBTI parisien et c'est une fierté de voir que ce soutien permet aux jeunes, à leurs associations, d'organiser des moments comme celui-ci. Alors, chers Omar Didi, chers bénévoles du MAC Jeunes LGBTI+, merci pour votre engagement précieux au quotidien auprès des jeunes. Merci pour l'organisation avec vos partenaires Outright de ce moment important de dialogue et de partage. Nous savons pouvoir compter sur vous et la jeunesse pour que se concrétise pleinement cette aspiration de justice et d'égalité des droits. Nous savons qu'avec vous, Paris est fier et le restera.
Merci infiniment, Hélène.
Thank you very much, Hélène.
Hélène Bidard, adjointe à la maire de Paris.
Deputy
I
Mayor
have now
of
the
Paris.
pleasure to announce the message by Lisa Patterson, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor at the U.S. Department of State.
Good afternoon and happy Ida Hotby. Let me begin by extending my sincere thanks to MAG Jeunes LGBT and Outright Action International and all of the other co-sponsors for organizing today's event. I'm sure that you've had insightful and productive conversations during today's global conference on the rights and inclusion of LGBTI+ youth. Despite the great progress that's been made globally, members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex, or LGBTQI+ community in the United States and abroad continue to experience high rates of violence and abuse, discrimination, and stigma. Structural barriers through discriminatory laws and policies often limit access to justice, health, education, and employment opportunities for LGBTQI+ persons. This creates obstacles to full economic, political, and social inclusion. For LGBTQI+ young people, particularly those living at the intersection of other marginalized identities, these systemic failures often magnify the challenges they experience related to their sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, race, ethnicity, religion, disability status, age, and national origin. Far too often, LGBTQI+ youth experience harassment, bullying, and other forms of abuse from family members, peers, and others within their community. Moreover, LGBTQI+ youth are at a disadvantage at a point in their lives when access to and participation in quality education and economic opportunities is most critical for establishing long-term economic security. It's critically important that lawmakers, policymakers, and civil society work collectively to implement inclusive laws and policies that advance non-discrimination, counter violence, and promote youth engagement and development. For LGBTQI+ youth and other young people who may feel marginalized, rejected, or threatened, this support is critical to their safety and well-being. Since assuming office, President Biden has taken several actions that expand LGBTQI+ discrimination protections, promote economic and social inclusion, and advance gender equity and equality at home and abroad. At the same time, the administration has sought to approach these issues with a sense of humility. It's obvious that we have much work of our own to do on these issues, particularly with regard to protecting transgender youth, but that shouldn't preclude us from raising concerns about the work that others may need to do as well. At the Department of State, we will continue to build on our long-standing efforts to promote human rights by being responsive to the President's call to advance the human rights of LGBTQI+ persons around the world. The Department will work in coordination with agencies across the federal government to ensure that our diplomacy and foreign assistance promote and protect the human rights of all people, including youth, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or bodily diversity and intersex status. We hope to empower LGBTQI+ persons to secure better lives for themselves and members of their families and communities. The United States will continue to lead the coalition of government, corporate, and foundation partners who support emergency assistance and human rights programming for grassroots LGBTQI+ organizations to catalyze positive change through the Global Equality Fund. We're also working with multi-stakeholder organizations such as the Equal Rights Coalition and the UN LGBTI Core Group in recognition that the work to advance the human rights of LGBTQI+ persons is amplified when the United States coordinates its efforts with international partners. We commend the United Kingdom and Argentina for their excellent stewardship as co-chairs of the ERC. We endeavor to build a world where young people grow up knowing that each person will be treated with respect, dignity, and equality. The connections you have made today and the dialogue you have begun are important steps toward realizing that world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lisa Patterson, Acting Assistant Secretary at the US State Department. Alors que nous approchons presque à la fin, j'ai maintenant le grand plaisir
As we are now reaching the end of the conference, I now have the pleasure of announcing the message recorded by Xavier Bettel, Prime Minister of Luxembourg.
Bonjour, merci pour l'invitation de pouvoir m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui. Alors, inclusion, jeunes, LGBTI, des sujets où on pourrait se dire qu'aujourd'hui, on vit une situation qui est plus normale que ce que l'on a connu il y a quelques années. Et pourtant, ce n'est pas le cas. Encore aujourd'hui, vous avez beaucoup de jeunes qui se retrouvent à la rue, parce que les parents ne l'acceptent pas. Les parents ont eu une image, un modèle, ils se sont dit « ce sera comme ça ». Et le jour où on leur dit qu'on a des sentiments pour quelqu'un du même sexe, on se retrouve à la porte, on se retrouve dehors. Et oui, et je ne parle pas ici du 18e, du 19e ou du 20e siècle. Je parle encore d'aujourd'hui. Alors, est-ce que ce serait mieux de se cacher, de ne pas vivre, de ne pas accepter ses sentiments? Il faut savoir que être gay, homosexuel, transgenre, intersexe, c'est pas un choix. On ne se réveille pas un matin en se disant « tiens, je suis gay parce que je trouve ça bien d'être gay aujourd'hui ». Non, il faut déjà s'accepter soi-même. Quand je parlais tout à l'heure des jeunes qui se retrouvent à la porte, on doit aussi savoir qu'il y a beaucoup de jeunes qui se suicident parce qu'ils n'arrivent pas à vivre avec cette situation. Parce qu'ils ont peur de qu'est-ce qu'ils vont dire, comment vont-ils réagir, est-ce que je vais perdre des amis, est-ce que je vais me faire mettre dehors. Cette crainte, donc c'est important d'avoir des institutions sur lesquelles on sait qu'on aura cette oreille nécessaire pour pouvoir parler, cette bouche nécessaire pour pouvoir avoir des conseils, surtout cette épaule nécessaire pour pouvoir trouver du réconfort. Là je parle des familles. Alors, c'est vrai qu'aujourd'hui, moi je suis Premier ministre et réélu, malgré que je sois homosexuel, alors que certaines personnes se sont dit est-ce qu'il Il va réussir son challenge, parce que c'est le Premier ministre gay. Non. Je suis Premier ministre, je suis aussi gay. Et on avance les choses. Luxembourg tient toujours. Luxembourg va bien. Et les électeurs luxembourgeois m'ont fait confiance, une deuxième fois. Alors, ils ne m'ont pas jugé sur ma sexualité, mais ils m'ont jugé sur mon travail. Et c'est ça ce qu'on demande. On ne demande pas de nous juger sur ce que l'on fait, sur les sentiments qu'on a pour quelqu'un d'autre. On demande de nous juger sur ce que l'on fait, ce que l'on réalise, sur nos programmes. Alors, en plus, quand je disais tout à l'heure qu'on peut encore se retrouver à la porte du jour au lendemain, il ne faut pas oublier que dans d'autres parties du monde, on n'a pas le droit de vivre. On serait condamné à mort. Et je me rappelle à une conférence où j'ai été en Égypte avec les pays de la Ligue arabe, je leur avais dit que dans un certain nombre de leurs pays, j'aurais même pas le droit d'être à table, de pouvoir parler. Et ça, on n'en est pas conscient. Alors, on a fait des progrès, on a eu le mariage pour tous, on a eu le Pax, on a des avancées dans certains pays, plus lentement que dans d'autres. Je ne demande pas d'avoir les mêmes droits du jour au lendemain partout, parce qu'on sait que le chemin sera plus long pour certains pays. Mais je ne demande pas, ce que je n'accepte pas, c'est de ne pas avoir de droits. Ce que je n'accepte pas, c'est d'être condamné. Ce que je n'accepte pas, c'est d'être pénalement responsable d'avoir des sentiments pour quelqu'un d'autre. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui est inacceptable encore aujourd'hui. Et pourtant, c'est la réalité dans un grand nombre de pays. Donc, nous-mêmes, nous devons demander que on ne doit pas... être gay, c'est pas un choix. Hein. Mais l'homophobie en est un. On doit être intolérant par rapport à l'intolérance. On doit condamner l'intolérance. Et ça commence des fois à la maison. Ça commence avec les blagues salaces, les blagues racistes, les blagues xénophobes, homophobes. Ça continue dans les déjeuners de famille où on accepte, on rit jaune. Non, il faut dire non. Et vous verrez qu'en réagissant, ça peut être le clash, hein, ça peut être l'engueulade aussi, mais ça peut être aussi le soutien de l'un ou de l'autre. Voilà, j'ai été beaucoup trop long, on m'avait dit d'être un peu court, mais j'ai juste envie de vous dire de vivre votre vie, on n'en a qu'une, et de la vivre. Et si vous avez peur de perdre des amis, ben ce n'était pas des amis. Et si votre famille ne vous accepte pas, j'ai de la peine pour eux. C'est triste pour vous, mais j'ai de la peine pour eux. Et pour vous, c'est de ne pas abandonner et de vivre votre vie et de profiter de chaque moment. Voilà. Un grand merci, et puis je vous salue tous et je vous souhaite surtout une super réunion. Ciao, ciao.
Quel message extraordinaire.
What an extraordinary, personal and powerful message.
Merci beaucoup.
Pronounced by the Prime Minister.
Il nous rappelle, il nous encourage de rester toujours fidèles.
He encourages us to remain faithful to who we are.
We're now approaching the end of today's conference. I take great pleasure and honor to announce the closing words by Mr. Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. And for me, suffice it to say at this point, la diversité est notre force.
Diversity is our
Let's celebrate diversity.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous. Pour commencer, je tiens à remercier le MAG Jeunes LGBT et Outright Action International de nous avoir réunis pour cette importante discussion. My friends, we live in a world where young people today face some of the greatest challenges of any generation. And for those who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or two-spirited, the challenges are often much greater. Many still face harassment and discrimination or live with the fear of exclusion from their families or social support systems. Homelessness rates among LGBTQ2 youth continue to be high, and unfortunately, mental health and suicide rates are higher amongst LGBTQ2 youth than any other group. Chaque jeune mérite une vie exempte de discrimination et d'obstacles, peu importe son orientation sexuelle, son identité sexuelle ou son expression sexuelle. Et il incombe à chacun de nous de bâtir un monde plus inclusif et plus ouvert. Ici au Canada, on sait que la diversité est notre force et on est fiers d'être l'un des pays les plus ouverts et les plus inclusifs du monde. Comme gouvernement, on fait notre part. Since 2015, our government has been working to combat hate and discrimination against LGBTQ2 people. We've established Canada's first LGBTQ2 Secretariat to help promote human rights and develop inclusive policies and programs across our government. We now have a Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth who supports us in building a country where every person has an equal opportunity to succeed and where diversity is celebrated. We amended the Canadian Human Rights Act to protect the rights of trans and non-binary peoples and to prevent discrimination based on gender identity or expression. We're banning conversion therapy across the country, and we've made unprecedented investments for LGBTQ2 community service and youth organizations, both here at home and around the world. On a fait de grands progrès, mais il reste encore énormément de travail à faire. Parce que beaucoup trop de jeunes, partout dans le monde, sont encore privés de leurs droits de la personne les plus fondamentaux, simplement en raison de leur orientation sexuelle, de leur identité sexuelle ou de leur expression sexuelle. Et c'est uniquement ensemble qu'on peut faire en sorte que tout le monde puisse être soi-même. Alors, continuons de lutter pour les droits, la protection et l'inclusion de toutes les personnes et de tous les jeunes LGBTQ2. Et bâtissons un monde plus juste, plus bienveillant et plus égalitaire pour tous. Merci.